All right, guys, this is Frederick Jones, and this is Saturday AM. This is our latest test flight, and test flight for you guys who are just joining us is our process for discovering new up-and-coming manga, comics / web comics creators from all over the world. If you are joining us for the first time, let me take a few minutes and just walk you through who we are. And then we will get started from there regarding everything that we are about and what this test flight is meant to present. So again, my name is Frederick Jones, and I am the founder and creator and publisher of My Footprint Entertainment, which is the parent company to our brand Saturday AM. And Saturday AM is meant to be kind of a digital Shonen anthology. So if you guys know the word Shonen, you know that things like Naruto and One Piece and Dragon Ball occupy that space. I started the company several years ago because I wanted to, having been executive in the video game industry, I wanted to see more diversity. The African American that would ever be in some of these meetings, and we would be working on properties that many of you guys are familiar with. And aside from the fact that it just seemed ridiculous to me, because surely I wasn't the only qualified person of color who could be in the room, it also demonstrated to me that we had a lot of issues that would arise if we didn't have content built for this sort of genre that didn't feature people who look like the world. And it wasn't just people of color, African Americans like myself. This could be people who were Latino. This could be people who were Asian, in the sense of, like, you never see Indian people in anime and manga, or at least not in heroic roles. You never see certain types of women in the roles. You don't see a lot of LGBT and positive roles, although that's changing quite a bit. But I started the company to really affect that, and so we're doing that in two ways. One, all of our creators are not Japanese, and that's not by choice. It's just that we've not obviously penetrated Japan, but the fact that so many people around the world love this art style means that so many of the properties that we have come from people from all over the world. We have white, black, Latino, Asian. We have people from Korea, people from America, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Hungary, the UK, and various parts of Latin America from Mexico down. So the fact that we continue to do this and have had success, and that people have embraced it, is pretty extraordinary to me. And we're about to, we've started our 4th year publication. And as you can see here in the latest issue box, we are at issue 61, which is really extraordinary. It's our Valentine's issue at that. So if you want to buy it, just feel free to go to our website, www.saturday-am.com, click that button, $99, or as you can see on the right, you can subscribe for 1 year for $5. Now, we have different models of subscriptions, and we're going to be raising that soon. So if that's something that you think you want to participate in, to get 20 issues of original content, even if you think that some of the artwork or some of the characters don't appeal to you, is still one hell of a value. It's still the best value in comics. Our issues consist of exclusive comics like Apple Black and Clock Striker and Saigami. It consists of all original creators like White Manga, Raymond Brown, Andrea Voros, Luckman Adeloro, Austin Healy. I'm sure I mess up his name every time. I'm sorry about that. And so on. So it's a really extraordinary group of young people that I've been fortunate to work with, and we're continuing to develop this brand and take it forward. And as I said before, simply put, there is no comic content that I'm aware of that is that dramatically priced for just $5 for a whole year. Or of course, you can get one issue at just $1.99. So again, very excited to do today's test flight. I will break intermittently between each of the entries, because obviously we have so much information to get through that it's hard to do all of that and not take a slight break. I also have a bit of coffee here, which is important for me because I have to have some go juice. I'm not typically, if I'm up this early, I'm watching soccer. So okay, so I see we've got quite a few viewers. I'm going to get started here in just a moment. let me throw out a couple of important notes for you. If number one, we will share the screen. This is a live Google Hangout, so while the technology is quite amazing, we've done all of our test flights this way. Obviously, at times it does have hiccups, and it's not the most attractive studio-produced sort of experience. So this is a live video, and so I do apologize if you have any sort of issues. Google sometimes will have those with either video and or audio. Second of all, if you wish to post some comments, you are more than welcome to do so. I can't promise that I will get to all of them, particularly if I don't see them, but you certainly can. There are 3 ways that I recommend you do that. Number one is if you have access to the Chrome browser, and you're therefore watching this with Chrome installed on your desktop or PC or Mac, then there will be a button that you can hit on the screen as you're watching this. It pops up on the left side, and it has a chat window, and that chat window then pops up into the right corner for me, and I can see live chats that come through the thing. So you certainly can do that. Furthermore, you can tweet at us, which is at Saturday _AM. If you're in our PILOT Manga group or any of our social media, you can typically reach us. Again, whether or not I see it's another story. So if you're in our PILOT Manga community, you can feel free to post a note there. Or most likely we'll see those. If you are in our Saturday AM fan page on Facebook, which is facebook.com/Saturday AM, just one word, you can certainly post a comment there. Last but not least, if you are using the regular Google app or viewing this on your phone, you want to post a live comment. Sometimes I can see those, sometimes I can't. Sometimes I get a notification from Google, sometimes I don't. So it never fails that there are typically several comments posted there, and I don't see them. And so I do apologize for that. So that's it. That's all I've got. I hope everyone is having a great Saturday morning, and we are going to get started here in just a moment. So I'm going to deactivate the screen share as I pull up the stuff that we need to look at, and you guys will see your screen here in a minute occupy some of the content that we'll be looking at. Okay. All right, and so we're going to go ahead and get started here. Give me a second. Let me pull that back up for you guys. All right, what you guys are seeing, this is the ad that we did. I mean, you guys probably saw it. I just want to take a moment and just talk about exactly what we do. This is our PILOT Manga, what we call PILOT Manga. This is a community we started a couple years ago to actually give us frankly a fair chance at being able to review the onslaught of content that we're being submitted from creators around the world. And I say that quite seriously. When we started Saturday AM, no one thought, we certainly didn't think, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I had no idea that we would have the level of success that we did, and yet we have. So the fact that we then were able to add in creators who were interested in joining us from the get-go. People were sending us full scripts, huge comic digital files, which can be unsafe, I might add, in terms of viruses and stuff. And so, you know, very quickly I put the kibosh on receiving content that way, which really no one does that nowadays. No one takes content. You just don't email people with content like that. But regardless, yeah, I was able to come up with this idea that what if we, instead of how so many companies do it, some of our competitors frankly do it, where you send them your content, and if they decide to get back to you, they will, whether it's positive or negative. But more than likely, and I think every creator knows this, 99% of the time, you will not get any response. You'll never know if they liked it, if they didn't like it. Obviously, you won't hear anything if they didn't like it, so, or they're not going to hire you. So you're just left to wonder, first of all, if you did anything wrong, second of all, where you could improve. And so I wanted to create a process that, first of all, made it easier for us because we could dictate exactly when and how we wanted content to appear to us to review. And then number two, we wanted to be in a position to look at the content and be able to give definitive information about what we think of the project. And this has been hugely successful. And so this is PILOT Manga. And you can see here just some examples of some of the content we're going to see today. We had a pretty good turnout. This particular test flight was actually originally meant to be strictly for Saturday PM. I don't think any of these titles really hit the level of what we're looking for Saturday PM, but we did see a lot of cool titles that we think are really interesting and worth checking into further. So this test flight will be really about looking at just great content from really exciting up and coming creators and giving some really critical analysis, and potentially, hopefully, a creator or two emerge from this group, the people we can work with in the future. So that is the process. That's how everything is put together. And now we're going to check out our very first creator, and his name is Ben Rhodes. Sorry, Ben Reynolds. Ben Reynolds or Ben Rhodes? Crap. That's one of these guys. We'll find out in a minute. So what we typically do here is I go in and I essentially read the content to you guys, tell you a little bit about the property, and then we just basically scroll through the screen. So it's a pretty efficient process, and I will give you guys basically a full kind of read as to what to expect from each one of these properties. But I think this is Ben Rhodes. This is Ben Rhodes. So I apologize, Ben. This is Ben Rhodes, and his comic is called Indifference. I know there were some questions from some of us because he has it listed in several different ways. So, but I believe it's just called Indifference based on this cover. And the basic concept, he had me very immediately. I was interested in this, not just from the art, but from the concept, because we ask every creator who pitches us, and you'll see this today in all the entries, that number one, we want to pitch, and the pitch I document this on the website. Pitch for us is very important, because what pitch means basically is that we expect you to be able to sell us your idea in 4 to 6 words. It comes from the concept of elevator pitch, and so the elevator pitch is where if you were trying to pitch a movie, you don't have 30 minutes or an hour to get a busy executive's time to tell them your magnum opus concept. Typically in Hollywood, you are already established. And if you're not, you have a work that you can show that's established that will get people excited. So the elevator pitch was this concept that if you could grab someone's attention in 4 to 6 words, and they were interested, then you had their attention and you had a real shot to sell them. And so because so many of first-time creators are amateurs and are untested and lack real experience, frankly. Most of them don't come from significant backgrounds. This might be the first real sort of job opportunity they've ever had, So that we really stress the idea of a pitch, the idea that you should be able to sell your concept in 4 to 6 words. And the thing about that works so well is that it teaches a lot of young creators, first of all, to just be patient. If someone's not interested in your idea in 4 to 6 words, that's okay. But the bottom line is that you need to find the right narrative that works for you, that works for the property, and that maintains a sense of just real sort of efficiency. Not something that is labored and long and takes forever to try to just get to the basic idea of what your comic is. So again, all of these will have pitches. All these concepts will have cover art. All these concepts will have some comic pages. all these concepts will have written material that we won't share with you, but we'll talk about a little bit. And then all these will have examples of ads and turnarounds so that we can see exactly where their artistic mentality, sure they are in their sensibilities. So this is Indifference, and the pitch is Ghost in the Shell meets Tales of Zestiria. Now, I do not know Tales of Zestiria. I believe that is a video game. I could be totally wrong about that, but I was very impressed with the Ghost in the Shell part, at least, because I'm a huge fan of Ghost in the Shell, and I think that's just an excellent manga and anime. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read the synopsis, and then we'll run through some of the art, and then I'll read you some of the comments from two of our creators who also came from PILOT Manga. So not only have they worked with me now for some time, but they and so they know what I like, but they also know what Saturday M stands for, but they also have done this exact process themselves. They have an interesting perspective. So the synopsis is that sins are sins, and in the world of indifference, over time, the lingering darkness within people's hearts overcome and consume them, turning them into horribly blighted creatures known as shadows. In order to release the consumed souls from their shackles, the God of this world created a race of beings with the ability to consume the darkness of others and carry it within themselves instead. Kagan is the last of his kind in a modern-day world full of malice and contempt, clinging to the dutiful last words of his mother and working for a secret assassins organization self-charged with taking care of the shadows. He is told he fights to protect, but at what cost to himself? So, there's more stuff here, but I think the key thing here, and I want to get to the art here in a second, but the key thing here is that this is you will see in a lot of these that the hypnosis and some of the writing, is amateurish, and there's a lot of words being used to in that experience that was ridiculous, frankly. I mean, let's see. In order to release the consumed souls from the shackles, the goddess world created a race of beings with the ability to consume darkness and others. Kagan's last was kind of modern day world full of malice and contempt. This isn't Shakespeare, dude. It's comic books, So that's my whole thing with these projects is you don't have to try that hard to show that you've got some literary bent. And when you try to show you've got a literary bent, and you do these awkward kind of you're trying to sound more literary than you or the material may be, and so therefore don't just present it for what it is. Comic books are comic books. You don't have to try to be highbrow. All you have to do is just basically have a good concept, and I think this is an interesting concept, and then just present it, and that's all you have to do here. And to Ben's credit, I think he acknowledges this towards the end of the note. I read that last night. He's like, hey, my grammar may not be great, so if this isn't good, I apologize. And more power to him. But yeah, this was one that I thought was very interesting, and so we'll get to the comments here in a second. We're going to run through the images here now. Let me say as well, folks, that typically this is faster. Typically, I have people on the call with me, but no one was able to do it early this morning, and I certainly understand that. So I'm going to have to do both, and I can't do them at the same time sometimes. So you can see here the turnaround for the main character. I think it's Callaghan or Kagan. I can't tell because the computer I'm looking at on is a little pixelated, but I believe it's Callaghan. We see here that he's kind of got the tried and true manga thing where part of his arm is it's kind of messed up because he's got this power, this ability thanks to inhabiting the darkness. Let's see here. The ad here, and this is where we kept getting confused because it says Indifference. There's one that says Indifference Project. There's one that says Indifference of the Mind. So we never quite know what the overall idea, what the title was, although we assumed it was Indifference something for sure. So then we're going to get to some of the art here. And so this is really where the work, in my opinion, really is quite good. We can see here, we start off with a scene with a car driving. It's obviously in a mountain area, kind of wooded mountain area. And this is something, as I say, a lot of young creators, if you don't like drawing, And there are so many great, great artists out there in the world. Thanks to the power of the internet, we can discover so many fantastic artists. But if you don't like drawing backgrounds, and you don't like drawing panels, and you don't like drawing establishing shots and things like that, if you don't like that, guys, you're not a comic book artist. That's just it. Bottom line, period. Because you have to enjoy doing that. Otherwise, otherwise you're not. You're a great illustrator. You could be probably someone who could be in museums around the world, but you will never be a comic book artist if you don't enjoy or able to tackle with any level of diligence backgrounds, establishing shots from camera angles, and just simply drawing panel to panel to panel. And so this was really, for me, where Ben Rose really took off. This is some great stuff here. Not a fan of the way the lettering was, but nonetheless, again, we're getting a really cool scene here of a character, and I love the camera angles here as well. But he's essentially talking to this young man and trying to explain to him about being one of these people who takes on the shadows. So we see the young man looking at his hand. He's obviously got this power that's within his hand here. And so then he pulls off his eye patch. We can see that if you notice in some of the original images, the character's got the eye, again, kind of a manga trope, but it's very, very effective here, very cool, very moody. So he gets out of the car, it takes off. You see here's an open field. Not the best shot there. The camera angle probably doesn't work quite to the advantage there, although we can't tell exactly what's happening there. Then we have kind of, again, another kind of great Japanese trope where the character's having these philosophical conversations with himself. Sorry about that, folks. That is live video again. That is the power of live video. I've got ESPN popping off there, so sorry about that. So anyways, we see that he's getting ready to deal with these shadows. They're starting to emerge from the darkness. And we then pick up a little while later, and he's walking down a street, and he is assumingly consumed these shadows because he now is, he doesn't seem to be as conflicted. He's not scared. He's got a smile on his face. He's walking down. Sometime later, he's got a hat over his head, and he's smiling. And it talks about having had a meal. So this was an interesting read. Those were the comic pages submitted to us. So let me get into some of the comments here from some of the other. And I'll tell you my total thoughts here. Philip says the story, the true purpose of the plot, he said, was not clear. This is Philip Bowie, an artist from our PILOT Manga group who did the excellent Matchmaker U. He says he had difficulty getting hooked initially with the story, and that he didn't understand the plot because it wasn't very clear. The art, tones, and lighting helped set the mood. It didn't offer a lot of refined line work, and overall the quality of the art was not the best. He did pay attention to minor details, which Philip was very impressed with, but still indicated that parts of it were very hard to follow. So it really lacked flow with the art. Jaime Molina, who's also part of our PILOT Manga group and has created what has turned out to be a really popular series called Paradise Down. You can read that. I think it returns in issue 63 of Saturday AM and will run till 65. Jaime is very talented, and Jaime has the following comments. He says, the story, vague and scattered plot. He says it kind of seems all fat and no meat. It's more focused on the history of the world and characters than on the story itself. Art, avoided drawing feet and turnaround. It's a small detail, but shows he may not be confident drawing certain parts of the body and may become a crutch in future during paneling. Nice use of screen tones on the first page and the lighting from the car. I like that he tried using different angles rather than static shots. Action scenes are a bit messy and took multiple rereads of the panel to understand what was going on. So those were the comments from Jaime Molina and Philip Bowie, and to me they were spot on. I'll get to my final thoughts here in just a moment, but let me head back here and let's go back to one of these main images here, and I want to come back to something here, and this was what Jaime was talking about here. We asked these turnarounds precisely for the reason that Jaime laid out. we talk about the turnarounds because we want to see exactly what the capability of the artist is. Now, turnarounds mean that you show us what your character's design looks like from head to toe, angles, right? From front, from back, from side left, from side right, maybe even a bit of a quarter side where they're turned slightly so we can see deviations or texture as it relates to maybe a coat they're wearing or their costume. In this case, Ben didn't do that. He did 3/4 of a shot, didn't complete the bottom of the legs, and I think Jaime's dead on here. I think feet might be a weakness because we don't see those a lot in his art in the pages that he submitted. So here was the thoughts here. For grades, we all felt that this was, for the art, this was a 4 out of 10. There were a lot of elements. I think everybody had the same opinion. The artwork started out tremendous. There was a lot of bravery from Ben to try to display some of the art as it related to different camera angles and things of that nature. But once you got past that, once you got past those first couple of pages, it really deviated, and I think it demonstrated exactly what Jaime Cleat zoned in on here, which is, I think, I don't want to get too crass there, but there was there's a concept of burning yourself out. There's another term for it, but burning yourself out. And I think that is essentially what happened here. I think Ben Rhodes brought us some extraordinary work. You can see here, he's a very talented artist with this cover page, really, really like it. But once you got past those first couple of pages, it really just kind of went downhill from there. It was very hard to follow, didn't make a lot of sense. There was no action really that was going on here. So I disagree with him. He was talking about the action scenes. There were no action scenes. I don't consider this an action scene. Because first of all, I can't tell if he's running from a speeding car. I just don't know. Don't know what's happening in this top panel here. Some of the choices that he chooses to make here, again, this kind of reminds me of the beginning when there was the part when he was discussing this hypnosis and giving us kind of the background of the story. And there was so much kind of overly wordy sort of things. And that's exactly what I felt reading this. There were phrases here that just, it's like, I don't care about this character. So trying to give me this sort of literary sort of commentary is useless. I mean, just get to the point of the story. The job here, the job for creators submitting any sort of content, I don't care if it's for us, Sparkler Monthly, whoever. If you're submitting content, guys, your job is to sell us on the character, the concept, and what the series could be like. And this right here, if I'm basing it on any of those three things, look, I'm in on the art from the first 2 pages. Once you go past that on the first 2 pages, the first 3 pages or so, and you start getting the stuff like this, where it's just close-up shots and things that don't make any sense, problem number one, and the same with the turnaround. Problem number 2 is that we're seeing a character here in a field. He's having this inner monologue with himself. I don't know who this character is. I don't care about this character. And so the inner monologue is useless. I'll take an inner monologue from Batman because we know who Batman is. Batman kicks ass. An inner monologue is something you're submitting for us to check out from a character we don't know, who's spending more time trying to debate who he is and what his purpose is. That is not, if that's what the series is, I don't want to read it. And I don't think anyone else does. And then this page right here, I remember looking at this the first time and just, for the life of me, couldn't understand what I'm looking at. Because this character, is he leaping? Is he jumping? It looks like he's being thrown backwards. Where did that happen? Like, what happened here for that to happen? I have no idea what he did there. I assume he jumped. Have the slightest idea what he did. So, and then, like I said, the dialogue, these internal sort of things here, just, he's supposed to be a kid. He's having this sort of like, he's saying poor souls to these demon characters. And this is just, it's so much kind of cheese. And then here he's like, oh, well, thanks for the meal. Like, there was no action here, guys. There was no story here. It just was kind of, this is one of those perfect examples of a lot of backstory. There's a lot of backstory that I didn't read from Ben Rhodes, where he's giving us all this setup as to what this world's supposed to be like. And I think this world could be very interesting. But what's on display here, what he chose to present, whether it was he ran out of time, which it certainly feels like he kind of rushed it towards the end, or just doesn't know how to tell a story, which this also feels like. This is this is one of the frustrating sort of entries, and not because Ben Rhodes isn't talented. It's precisely because Ben Rhodes is talented. This makes this kind of frustrating, because there are elements here that really work, and there's a concept here that is really intriguing, but the execution of those things just doesn't hit on any level. Not to mention, and I say this all the time in every test flight, but it is so obvious to me when I'm looking at content that is essentially someone's fan fiction. And there is no question that there's a level of fan fiction here towards Tokyo Ghoul. I'm surprised Philip and Jaime did not pick up on that, but I picked up on that immediately with the eye and things like that. Just kind of the dark nature of the series and the character being kind of tortured. But because in Tokyo Ghoul we get to see the transformation of the main character into what he becomes towards the end of the series, or towards the middle of the series. This one, you know, we just have this character. We don't understand anything about this character. You know, it just doesn't work here. And so, so again, great idea, doesn't really drive us in. We all gave the concept grade a 3 or 2 out of 10. We thought it had promise to a certain point, but then it just kind of went off the rails. And none of us see a serious potential, at least in this current configuration, as a possibility for Saturday AM. So that's that. Again, fantastic notion, fantastic. The initial ideas from Ben Rhodes, both in art and story, dead on. I think more time needs to be spent doing this. And given how talented Ben Rhodes is, I have no doubt that we will see this young man again, because this is some quality stuff here ultimately. So all right, so that is the entry from Ben Rhodes, Indifference. I have to say as well, just real quickly, that wasn't a huge fan of the title Indifference. I thought that was that didn't really grab me as much as I think Ben may have thought that had a potential to do. It wasn't particularly exciting to me, but because it doesn't mean anything. I don't know what Indifference doesn't mean anything, and the ad didn't make a great point of that either. So okay, so next up is Kuda Machikano, and this young person has a title called Fable Crest. So we're going to get to that in just a moment here. I'm pulling up the details for it. Kuda Machikano. I hope I'm spelling that correctly, or saying that correctly. The pitch here, and this was a doozy, because it doesn't. This was a doozy, and I remember reading this pitch and thinking, "Whoa, wow! Like that's a hell of a pitch." Because I love both of these things. I'm not sure when I saw the artwork that it comes anywhere close to them, but we'll see. L.A. Noir. So if you guys know L.A. Noir, sort of either fiction or the film, meets Berserk. Berserk, ladies and gentlemen, the ultra-violent manga from Kintamuro in Japan. Anime returns in April 2017. L.A. Noir meets Berserk. Let that sink in. Mystery, action, and seinen. So now the concept. Fable Crest is the name of a mental asylum for the criminally insane wizards, where our protagonist, Remy Sorrel, is an intern nurse. The institution is famous for housing the most vile and insane of wizarding society, and Remy must tend to them each and every day, all while trying to get his doctorate in psychiatry. The first chapter deals with Remy along with the Fable Crest staff searching for the mysterious group known as the 13 Brides. The brides are tied to the various mental disturbances across the city, and both the police and the asylum are out to catch them. So that is the concept, and I gotta say up front that I dig that concept, man. I really dug that concept. I like the pitch, even though I'm stunned by the pitch, because I don't see Berserk. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna mention Berserk, and you know your artwork is not like Kentamuro's, then you got a problem. L.A. Noir as well is a very mature title, but nonetheless, the concept, easily one of the coolest concepts that we've ever heard in Saturday AM. Without question, the last entry we looked at, Indifference by Ben Rhodes, had a lot of positives, but without question, this concept here, literally fantastic, just without question, fantastic. So, all right, so let's check out Kuda's work here. So you guys see here, starting with some of the pages, and one thing I'll say as well, I know that this comes up quite a bit. But guys, always get your pages set up as best you can in order. Fable Crest did this, and that's great. Not everyone does that. So a lot of times we're flipping through the pages. We don't want to do any extra work. We just want the pages to be in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this helped us a lot when we were reading through the story. So anyway, we can see here that this character is having to answer the door. This is being read, by the way, from right to left, which we never recommend doing because we are a Western company. So it's just not the way to do stuff. If you're not putting your stuff in Japan, then don't try to act Japanese. But in this case, we were prepared for it, so we checked it out. There's really great stuff here. You can see here the ad, which in both cases, this one and the last one, the ads again. The ads are always a tough one for the creators because they never quite know what they should do. At the end of the day, an ad is just understanding how to sell your series in the form of an ad. And this one, I like Indifference. Indifference tried, I think, both of these capture, I think, the problems with the creators. Indifference's ad was pretentious. Was trying to be something it wasn't, or didn't have the ability to be. And then in this case, it's just the lack of design here. There's work going on here trying to seem like a design, but it doesn't tell me anything. It's just really just kind of a, it's just an interesting exercise in art, but it doesn't really capture me in any particular way. And I think that's kind of the reality here. I think without question, Fable Crest, as you can see here with some of these pages here, the story, by the way, is very good. There's no question of that. But the artwork here is a bit much. You can see here that this reminds me, I remember I was telling one of the creators that when I looked at this, particularly the first panel, it reminded me of an old video game I played called King's Quest. And I always loved that video game. And so there's something about the way just the characters are all standing there. They're very stiff there, and it's like the room is there, it's filled in. It's not a particularly well illustrated thing, but or scene, but it does its job. It does its job. So anyways, we've again, this is basically about what I just read about. You got the 13 brides. They're creating these issues, and so they're coming to investigate. That's essentially what's happening with the Fable Crest group. And so again, we're not going to, we'll be presenting these stories for you guys in a future issue. So we don't read these comics to you guys here, but we do show them. I remember when I saw this, I loved this page. I absolutely love this page because they're going to investigate, and they have reason to believe that one of these evil witches is in this particular environment. When they finally get there and see it, like really, really cool. Like really like this. So we then get here, and they're confronting the character. I like this panel here. One of our main characters has his sword out and is presenting it in a way very, very manga cool. This is where where there is a this is where there's a problem with the art, in the sense that it is the moment here calls for some really cool stuff, but due to the art's limitations, it doesn't look as cool as it could, although there's certainly some stuff here. Did really like this moment here where the character is able to make these chains to help him kind of leap up in the sky. I hope that's what's happening here. Again, hard to tell, but that's what I think is happening. But he's able to make these chains kind of shoot out from his hands there. So yeah, this is some cool stuff. Again, the artwork here, not the best, but the concept here is really cool. I have to give a lot of credit to this concept, and the story is excellent. You guys have a chance to read this in our 63rd issue, but this is really great stuff here. This is an effective turnaround. It's not the perfect turnaround. This is an effective turnaround, and I have to say, I really like the design from Remy Sorrell. Really like the design from Remy Sorrell. This was one thing that this was something as well I wanted to point out. But again, this is the challenge with this young creator, is the lack of artistic maturity. Let's say, because it's not that this person's not talented, but of artistic maturity. The lack of it means that, like, for example, this Fable Crest, which is meant to be the crest, is not a very interesting crest. This is the crest here in the top right. You see it on this character's chest. You also saw it in the character's lapel, and Remy's lapel here. Let me see if I can get back. There we go. Remy's got it on his lapel. Again, an artist with a bit more skill and design would be able to pull that off. That doesn't quite sell it the way that it could. But again, for me, quite impressed with this. Let's see what our other two creators have to say. So we're going to start with Jaime first. I like the premise for the story. Seems fresh and new. Reminded me of Legion from Marvel. Some of the best comic arcs written have dealt with mental illness, i.e. The Killing Joke, Serious House on Serious Earth, etc. Has a lot of potential. However, I believe the way it was executed and presented in this pilot chapter, that it reads more like a shonen than a seinen type of comic. Jaime goes on to say that I like his character designs, but proportions are off in many panels. Paneling could also use some work. I found myself lost several times throughout due to speech bubbles interrupting other panels that weren't meant to be in that order. I believe his art style is suited for a younger audience, and I don't think it would work well with a mature type story or the type of story that would be inside a PN. Co-creator of Matchmaker U says, playing on the idea with mental illnesses into physical problems to face is cool. Deep topic that could progress very well. I'm not a fan of how it is portrayed. It's difficult to follow. The story and the problems are not addressed clearly in the short. He says, on the art side, anatomy proportions were off due to them trying to squeeze into small panels. Flow was awkward. Nice attempts to portray different angles. Would have liked to see more shading. So some really great comments from our two creators there. So this is, I can tell you, this is where I'm going to disagree with my guys a little bit. So when it comes to art grade, Jaime gave it a 3 out of 10. Philip gave it a 2 out of 10. For me, pretty in the same boat. I mean, if Ben Rhodes is a 4 out of 10, and that's only because Ben Rhodes is probably more like a 7 out of 10 or a 6 out of 10. But those last couple of pages just went nowhere. But in this case, there's a lot of stuff here to like. There are a lot of ideas here to like. First of all, the character design is fantastic. I can't say that with Ben Rhodes' thing, but I look at the whole thing together. And the character design here, very cool. Remy Swirl's character design is really, really, really fun. The use of abilities and the way that he tried to pull those off, and that one page with the demon is so good. It is so good that I can say without question that yes, this is probably a 2 out of 10 artwork, but there are elements here that made me very interested in what this artist could potentially do or become. Like this is a great page. Ben Connor Rhodes is by far a better artist than Kuda Machikano, but he had nothing that came close to this image right here, which is, of course, in the grand scheme of this, it's not a fantastic, it's not the most beautiful image in the world, but this was the right image. It set the tone for the scene very well. This is some fantastic creativity. Didn't see that in Ben's work for the stuff. This is an original, unique design. Like this was good. This was really, really good. So, the number thing always kind of bothers me because I think you have to give numbers based on things that sometimes don't seem as obvious. In this case, I don't think it seems as obvious. Ben Connor Rhodes is a better artist than Kuda Machikano, but I think that Kuda Machikano's artistic sensibilities are potentially very strong. Perhaps he can't execute them, but his sensibilities are very strong. So I would give him a higher score than 2 or 3 personally. In terms of the concept, again, I disagree with the guys here. Philip Bowie gave this a 3 out of 10. As he indicated, he thought the idea was strong with the mental illness. He didn't like the way it was executed. Jaime was far kinder to it, gave it a 6 out of 10. I'm strong with both of you guys. I think conceptually, to me, this is an 8 out of 10. I think there's so many ideas that can come. First of all, let's just back up to just the general idea of the fact that, as so many of our creators, again, and right now we've only looked at Ben Rhodes' stuff to you guys, so there are other creators who would fall in the same boat that my critiques of Ben did. But let's look at a couple of things here. This general concept of Fable Crest, the idea that we are talking about a series where there is a wizard, there is an asylum for mad wizards, and we've seen this in comics. If you've read comics ever, you have read the concept of like a mad wizard. Justice League Dark is a movie that just came out. It's one of the great DC animated movies that just came out, and it's really good, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it. And they fight in there a perennial character that they typically fight, the Justice League in the comics, called Felix Faust. He's a magician. He's an evil magician, and he always he's portrayed as kind of like slightly insane. He's been driven insane by the magic and all this stuff. Look, at the end of the day, dude, when you're looking at things like Fable Crest, and the entire concept is it's the name for a mental asylum for criminally insane wizards. Yeah, like that concept is already that is off the chain, because there are so many places you can go with that. So many places. Like I can also say that. I mean, someone tell me if you've heard that. I haven't heard that. Perhaps J.K. Rowling's written something like that, or some novel I haven't read has written that. But I've not seen that in most popular fiction that I enjoy. So yeah, I was really taken with that. I thought this was great material, and I was really impressed with it. So, so yeah, for me, the concept is far higher than I think these guys got. I give it an 8 out of 10. Serious potential. Neither Philip or Jaime saw serious potential with this. On that, I think that this has definite serious potential. This was never a Saturday PM title. I don't know what Kudo was thinking. There's nothing about this. His artwork does not scream Saturday PM or seinen or anything like that. He may have some mature ideas in the future, but artistically, until he can actually capture that, it's hard to do. I think, someone else wrote me the other day about, and they were like, do we accept really ultra gory, violent stuff like Berserk? And I wrote to him and said, we don't necessarily have an issue with violence or sex or anything. We have an issue with those things when the material is not strong. And then he wrote, and then the young man writes back, and he goes, oh no, I get that. It's just that Berserk is, when I say gory, I'm referring to something like Berserk. It has an incredible story, superb art. However, the world is full of rape and ultra violence. And I'm thinking to myself, obviously this young person is young, because I know what Berserk is, very much so. But it has nothing to do with that the world is full of rape and ultra violence. It has everything to do with the fact that Kentaro Miura is a literal art god. I mean, he's someone who is well respected globally. His artwork is so meticulous, and if you're not playing on that level, if you miss the point of Berserk in thinking that, well, my story deals with mature themes, and I really like Berserk, and so therefore Berserk is part of my pitch, and you don't draw anywhere close to Kentaro Miura, then you are not in the same conversation with Berserk at all. I mean, I don't want to say it's arrogance, but it's silliness to think that you're in that same conversation. By far, you're not. And so in this case, I think, Kuda knows his artwork is not at the level of many of the creators we have at Saturday AM. So to put himself in that conversation, I think was a bit much. That being said, the artwork does have significant problems, but we publish Spoon. Spoon is a series that I am incredibly fond of. It is one of the best stories we publish. I totally believe in the story of Spoon. David has things that he has to do as a creator in terms of his due diligence and his aggressiveness to make Spoon a hit. But that has nothing to do with the enjoyment of Spoon once you get past the artwork. And me being someone in my 40s, someone who grew up in the late 70s, early 1980s, where independent comics were a rare thing. You guys nowadays have the internet, so you get to see things like a Fable, Crest, and Spoon. But back then, if you wanted to see really interesting original ideas, typically they weren't drawn by the best artists. Typically they did look kind of crude, but they still had some of the best stories. And so Spoon reminds me of that. And I think Fable Crest reminds me of that a lot too. So I certainly could see with some tweaks being in a position to publish Fable Crest. So, okay, so that is Fable Crest. We're going to do another title before we take a slight break here. The next one is going to be by Quentin Harris. It's called Abaddon. And I'm going to read that to you guys here. All right. So Abaddon is okay. It is crap. Sorry, I'm trying to get the screen. There we go. All right, it's Alive TFE, which I didn't quite know what that was. Meets Berserk. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, another Berserk. I knew there was another Berserk in here, but there you go. He doesn't quite give us he does a summary of chapter 1, which is not exactly what we asked for. We do ask for that. We also ask for just a synopsis of the story itself. So I'm going to first read his why does this series need to happen? That's because that's the closest he had to give us an idea of what the story is. Saturday AM, although diverse in nature, currently lacks a number of series that tackle hard-to-push subjects in a public medium, such as homosexuality, gender identity, race, and finally, religion, among a few others. This series tackles a number of different inspiring ideas, philosophies, and stories displayed in various religious texts and expands on them in interesting and topical ways, primarily using Catholicism and Christianity as its main central religious theme. So this is The Day I Met with Death, Part 1 is what's happening in this particular installment. And basically the summary for Chapter 1, which I'm only reading again because he didn't really have a synopsis here, is the bell of St. Marjorie's boarding school chapel rings through the air. Eldrick Harrison, resident problem child, skips this morning's mass to hang out on the boys' dorm. Aileen Baxter, one of Edric's friends from school, catches up with him about his life and the ways things have been changing for the two of them over the years. The bell rings again, mass is ended, and Michael Denham, another friend of Ed's, confronts the two on the roof before classes start. He hands Eldrick his mail, scolds him about his delinquency, and goes about his way. Aileen splits as well, leaving Eldrick alone on the roof of the boys' dormitories to think. A cool breeze plagues the school as a demonic shadowy figure enters the grounds. Eldrick returns to his assigned room to read his mail, discovers a strange hidden note supplied by his uncle, and startled when Michael returns once again, but in a panic, Michael sprouts off, desperate pleas to flee at the apparent assailant haunting the school grounds, dressed as the Grim Reaper. The level of energy you saw me have there is exactly why, folks, you got to stick to a pitch, you got to stick to a very short synopsis. You know, it's like, I mean, when people don't know your characters and they don't know what you're trying to get at, you show it to them in the work, and you choose a story, not in terms of your story that you're going to create, but you choose a story in terms of what you're going to submit that does that in a very concise manner. The summary of Chapter 1, like that was just a bunch of like information that doesn't really give me any real, you know, that make, like I said, because there's nothing here telling me about the series. And the why the series need to happen was concerning. I remember when I read it the first time thinking, first of all, we do have a variety of series on Saturday AM, but more importantly, again, like I'm not interested in exactly what you think. When you're trying to tackle 95 different tough subjects, that's a problem. We touch on quite a few subjects in Clock Striker, but I wouldn't say it's touching on like race and feminism and things like that, even though they clearly are. You know, but it's an action series, and this is what it's about, you know. And this was my issue with Apollyon. So what you'll see here is from Quentin Harris, though, is some really fantastic artwork and some interesting ideas. And so we're going to get to those, and I'll then, of course, go into the thoughts of some of our creators who reviewed this work. So give me 1 second here. All right. So here is the one of the turnarounds. Again, it's not a full turnaround the way you traditionally do it. Traditionally, you have a front, a back, a side left, a side right, and then sometimes maybe a quarter side. You know, these are different, but very effective. Very much enjoyed them. Obviously, there's not a ton of character work here, except for the fact that Edric has a bit of a DeGray Man scar going down his right eye, and he's got, again, a bit of the DeGray Man kind of hair. But beyond that, you know, he's just wearing a school uniform. He's got a little crest there, which is a far better crest than Kuda had for Fable crest. So as we get into Apollyon, again, this is one of the things that that I didn't particularly rate. Here, just give me 1 second. Let me pull this up here. So, you know, we start out, we get this, you know, we get this one shot here, which is a little difficult because here, you know, it's the paneling work isn't bad. It's just that, you know, it's always effective, guys, to have a bit of a border, give yourself a bit of a border at the top of the page and bottom of the page, because it traps the artwork just a bit, not a lot. I mean, it doesn't need to be letterbox, but because here, you know, like the text box shouldn't be going off the page the same way that Jaime rightfully called out the lack of good page design by Kuda Machikano, and how amateurish it looked when it came to some of the speech bubbles. This wasn't helped either, because there's obviously, this is a room here. It's really squished at the top. So I was kind of, my first thought when I saw it, I was trying to figure out exactly what they were doing, what room they were in. Clearly, this lady's coming in talking to a kid. Again, this is right to left, by the way. But anyway, so we get, the appearance of Edric, who's coming in to talk to this young person. And again, one of the things that was pretty good here was that the dialogue was pretty effective. I have to say, like, of all the series that we're in here, within the Test dialogue here, which is a really important skill set, guys, was not bad at all. This was some pretty effective dialogue. He had different mannerisms for the characters. Like for here, for example, the character says, "Well, he ain't no friend of mine, that's for sure." I mean, just giving us that sort of taint to the dialogue allows to get a sense of this character as a different sort of character. This is not the normal sort of just, I'm going to give you the kind of standard dialogue. It's very different. And that was, for me, very, very good. I like seeing that. Good, effective dialogue is every bit as impactful and necessary to an artist as is good artwork, where you've got different camera angles and you can do different character designs and stuff like that. So anyways, we see here character kind of vanishes for a quick bit here, and character lights up a cigarette, and then I'm trying to get to this moment here that I liked a lot. So again, some paneling stuff here. I remember seeing this, and this is one of those moments here. So for example, this is a great little thing that artists. I hope you are listening to this. So this is artists. This is like one of those really great examples of poor page design. So everything starting out here is very good. The camera angles shift. We get different aspects of the characters talking, so that it creates a little bit of the momentum between, because this is just two characters talking, right? So you got to shift it up. You got to know how to shift it up. And he does a great job for the first half of the page. The bottom half of the page, there is so much wasted white space here. So much wasted white space here. White space wasted here on the left, white space wasted here on the right. And my favorite part of this, in terms of how poor this page is designed, is the fact that he's got this gigantic speech bubble. Look how big this speech bubble is. So basically, he's got this character leaning against the wall. The officer is next to him, and the speech bubble is like taking up half of that panel, half of the panel to a speech bubble, when you've got white space on either side of that box. This should have been, that panel should have been more dynamic. It should have, and knowing that you could then split up, you could take that whole speech and split it up into 3 separate speech bubbles to let the artwork breathe. Now, call me cynical, but I'm assuming that Quentin didn't want to draw anymore. So he drew this panel. He's got the character sitting up there at the top. He doesn't want to give us any more to the room. He doesn't want to give us any more perspective. He could have added in another shot of our main character, Edric, talking to him. Instead, he kind of just gave us the bare minimum here, and then puts this gigantic speech bubble here, which is insane considering how much space is available on the left and the right. That's not great design, kids. So anyways, this is when it starts getting into this. I really like this stuff because he's got some toning here. We just get some moments here that are really cool, just some really good examples of I guess this magic going on and so forth. And then I really like this panel here where he's got he's channeling this power that's happening in the background. The light, therefore, is causing him to kind of black out a little bit. But still, it's lit well enough where we can see elements of him. Very dramatic, very dynamic. This whole thing popped to life the way it should. That's the way it should do. So then, of course, we get a character coming in who's going to essentially take this other character, but then he ends up stealing his heart. And so just like this whole thing really just, for me, just took off and went to a really interesting place here. I thought, wow, that was really neat. So here we get for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light, Apollyon. And then, of course, here's the document I was talking about here that doesn't give us a great deal of information here, which is unfortunate. So I am going to rest this back on the main image here, which is a really nice shot. And I'm going to give you guys the commentary from our two creators. Let's now start with Philip Bowie, co-creator of Matchmaker U. He says, story, difficulty following the story. Did not easily grasp the concept or the main plot of the story. The art felt rushed to introduce as much as possible. Transitions were easy to follow, however. Lots of motion was felt when reading. Lots of close-ups, though, as well. So he didn't particularly like the level of close-ups there, but did like a lot of the transitions in the art. For Jaime, creator of Paradise Down, he says, without any real overall synopsis of the series provided, I had a very hard time understanding what exactly was going on. I think it was ambitious in how much it tried to introduce all at once, and it ended up harming it in the long run. Had a great cliffhanger, however, and I feel with some heavy guidance from the editorial team that they can help trim the fat, so to speak, and create something worth reading. The art a lot. Has a loom-like influence to it, and the artist knew how to make great use of tones. The art was engaging enough to carry the chapter despite it being a simple conversation between two characters. And I would agree with all those sentiments. Again, I think this is something where we're probably going to be on the same page quite a bit, or we're going to be on the same page a little bit on this. Jaime Molina gave this for the art grade. He gave Quentin's work a 7 out of 10, and Philip Bowie gave it a 5 out of 10. I certainly am in the middle of these guys. I think this is really good stuff. I think, again, there are some moments here with Philip, I agree, where he kind of ran out of steam or tried to take some shortcuts, tried to do some stuff that was really trying to hide the art. But I think I'm probably 6.5 out of 10. I think definitely this is good stuff. You know, could see it as a 7, but you know, again, there were some shortcuts taken that robbed it a little bit. But still, this is really good stuff. As far as the concept grade goes, everyone I think is right about this. Jaime gave it a 3 out of 10, and the part I love about that is if I ask Jaime what it's about, he'll have no idea. Philip gave it a 1 out of 10, and I'm pretty much with both these guys. I don't know what this is about, and I think that Quentin, I think just like Ben Connor Rhodes, I think is trying too hard to try to say something here. You know, again, Quentin, I'm sure the smart guy, he's very talented without question, but I have no idea what he's trying to do here. I like it, but I have no idea what he's trying to do. Jaime sees serious potential out of this. Philip did not. And I'm with, again, I'm kind of in the middle here. I think, you know, if left to what it is right now, no, because I don't think it makes a lick of sense. And the stuff that he was describing, what he put in his written parts did not give any assistance to this whatsoever. The description of chapter 1 was insane, didn't make any sense at all, because it's telling me about characters I don't know anything about. He didn't provide us any information about the characters to any large degree. His rationale for putting this in here was a bit presumptuous in terms of what we do, and then likewise was extremely convoluted. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, you wouldn't do that in a class to say, like, you know, well, what are you trying to, like, if you went to your college professor, if you were in college, and they asked you, what do you want to do? What is your career path here so we can plan your education? And you say, I want to be a doctor, but I also want to be a lawyer. But I'm thinking of also being a physicist, and then I also kind of have to be a comedian. Like, no one's going to say what the hell you're talking about. And that literally is what Quentin did. He's trying to literally tell us 1,000 things he thinks Saturday M doesn't have that he could do. And he's certainly right. There's things that we haven't touched on, such as religion, to any large degree. And I'm all game for someone who can take religion on in a meaningful and an attractive way, not in a pretentious and or suicidal way because they don't know what they're doing. You know, no one wants to get involved in too much craziness that's going on in the world right now. But again, there was a lot to like about this. I think for me, there are things here I liked in the story a great deal. I mean, Jaime hit the nail on the head with this. If you are having a scene where two characters are talking and you can make that interesting, then you already are in the right place. You know, you're in the right place with that. And the fact that Quentin did that for large parts of the story is a real credit to Quentin. If you, when the action does begin, if you can find a way to properly bring that into focus in a way that is dramatic and dynamic, then you're in the right place, man. You're in the right ballpark. And Quentin was in both of those scenarios dead on. The other thing that I liked a great deal was the dialogue. Dialogue was fantastic. Now, do I think Quentin's ripping off the Gray Man? Absolutely, without question. Yeah, all these young creators do that. All these young creators are finding inspiration of something and then trying to bring it out without question. Absolutely. But beyond that, though, do I think that there's some real merit here? As Jaime said, with our editorial team, absolutely. Is Quentin someone who could deal with our editorial team? We just had scenarios this week where we dealt with young creators who, and we got creators who are constantly trying to, we've got people out there who are constantly trying to upset the artists that we have. They try to get them like, oh, you don't want to work on that property. That's beneath. You should work on our property, yada, yada. You should help me with my comic idea. I'll give you some money. I mean, trust me, we've got guys out there, and they know who they are, who spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to upset the creators that we have at Saturday M. It's a positive because it means we're doing something right. To have enemies means that you're leading things. Frustrating because at the same time, because we're trying to build a brand, we're trying to build really really strong series that are creator owned in most cases, and I think that with this, that would be my concern. Would be that that we would work with a young creator who is too sure of himself, at least for Saturday AM, too sure of himself, without a lot of justification. There's a lot of talent here. There's a huge amount of issues here, and if Quentin is someone that we think we can work with and talk with and impress upon the needs to improve some of the stories and streamline some of the things they're doing, then I think this could be a really strong title. If not, then no, I don't think this would be a very good title for us. But certainly there's a lot of positives here, and I want to give Quentin all the credit in the world for producing something that had this level of strength to it. So kudos to Quentin. This was an interesting work. Again, Philip, I think justifiably was not as impressed, and I very well could have been in that boat. But there was a lot here to like. So. All right, folks, we're going to take a slight break. I will be no more than 2 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick coffee break and get some stuff straight. So I'm going to pause this. I'm going to stop the live feed not the live feed. I'm just going to stop the thing here for a second and just enjoy the tones of my voice as I just take a sip of coffee and rest up a bit as we go into the next set of entries. All right, folks, we are back, and thank you guys for letting me have that little bit of break there. I needed to just take a mental break. There. This stuff's always it's always interesting. I checked as well to see if there was any comments from folks, and I didn't see that. But if you have them, you can feel free to post those comments. You can do so in the live chat. It's very easy to do so. Just go to our Facebook fan page. You can post it there. You can post it in our PILOT Manga section. You can post it in several places. If you've got Google Chrome, you can post it right here in the group chat. I would see it, or you can post it in just several places. I'm on YouTube and see but I don't see the video for some reason on YouTube, which is kind of weird. I would think it would be live on YouTube, but I'm not seeing it there. So oh well. I don't know what that means, but hopefully, clearly you guys are watching it, so that's all that matters. So there we go. Okay, there we go. Now I kind of see it. So let's see if there's any comments below there. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I don't see any comments so far there. So there we go. There we go. All right. So all right. So yep. See, that's gotta love that. I love how it pops up on the other screen here. I can't see it. Okay, so yeah, and frankly, I shouldn't be looking at these anyway because there's a bunch of people just talking to each other. So oh well. Just I see one comment here. Leanne said, yeah, White actually has done one of these before and would. It's just White's busy and he's working on actually a very important project for us, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So White is doing a thing. White, of course, as you guys know, is by far our biggest creator. So we wouldn't really be in a position to showcase White as much as we'd like. But we've had Andrea Boros, who's super popular with Sagami. We've had Raymond Brown for Bully Eater. We've had a number of creators on here, and White will do one of these in the future, though. There's no question of that. So all right, so let's get back to it. But yeah, I'm glad to see so many people are communicating and able to share with each other. It's great. Okay, this next one is called Rat Race, and I gotta say, one of the best names that we've ever seen in a test flight, hands down. And as you can see with the artwork here, it's pretty damn good artwork. At least this is certainly a neat image here. Genre is psychological, survival, horror. Example: Gantz meets Magical Girl Apocalypse. Now, I don't know what Magical Girl Apocalypse is. I don't know what that is. But I do know Gantz, and Gantz is crazy good. Gantz is crazy good. So Rat Race's core is best explained by the motives of a finite being called Bastet and her curiosity to experiment with living beings that inhabit Earth, a cat playing with a bundle of helpless rats. So again, I'm going to read. That's all we get for the synopsis. So I'll read the first chapter, which is thankfully a little shorter than some of the other ones I just read. A handful of wealthy children, some born in the wealth, other hard workers, are put through a test designed by Bastet, an experiment to see if they can survive without money and whether or not the paucity of money can terraform a human into a completely different person. Now, I don't understand that last part at all, but definitely like the idea of young people being put to a test. And then I got to read this one just because, again, I can see already I'm going to have to change this question a little bit. But when I ask why the series need to happen, the creator of this, who, by the way, the creator is let's see, I just had it. Is Toby Whaley. And Toby indicates in his comment that the series needs to exist because it's derived from the fact that it will be a bohemian experience, which is one of the craziest things I've ever heard before. But the storytelling will be from an orthodox perspective by there being no main character. This includes Bastet, which is also one of the craziest things I've ever heard. It has the potential to set a standard and bury the cliche common atmosphere of survival game manga and really grasp meaningful semantics and concepts. So again, there's a bit of pretentiousness in that, because I don't quite know exactly what this Toby's trying to say here. I've read quite a lot of books in 43 years. I've read a handful of manga and comics, and I'm pretty sure that the idea of no main character has been done a gazillion damn times. From Secret Six to which is published by DC, to Fantastic Series Strike Force Morituri by Marvel Comics. Stop me if you guys even know what I'm talking about, but trust me, this concept is rather succinct. Also, the great book Sign, The Never None by Agatha Christie. So guys, been done before, but I applaud anyone who is ambitious to try to give us some new ideas as it relates to that. So let's get cracking here. Let's run through this content. So great cover. Toby Whaley didn't give us some full color page here. Again, right to left, and guys, I've got this fascination people have with right to left. You guys have got to fix that, because this is not you are not Japanese. You are not selling your comics into the Japanese market. If you are lucky and you get in with Saturday and then you are determined and ambitious and can listen and can work hard and can push aside the people who've typically been kicked out of Saturday AM, and have then tried to come in and try to influence people within Saturday AM, including a lot of our new folks. If you can avoid all of that silliness and are lucky enough and strong enough and focused enough to succeed in that atmosphere, which very few have, then maybe we publish your book, and then maybe we get your book into bookstores like Barnes and Nobles across the country. And at that point, you damn well better not have a right to left reading comic, because we're not Viz, folks. We're not Viz. So the average bookstore is not trying to merchandise stuff like that unless you have real credible sell-through capabilities. Apple Black's got it. Saigami's got it. Belita's got it. Clockstriker's damn sure is going to have it. But we've not seen that with everyone else. So please, this right to left fascination, you guys have got to stop that, because there's nothing cute about it. The Japanese don't somehow look at you and forget that you're not Japanese. Remember, if the Japanese were as open as I would love them to be, we'd see comics that have different people of different ethnicities in their comics, because they know they're exporting it around the world. Just like in America, we know people around the world read our comics and watch our movies, so we have more and more diverse films, more and more diverse comics. Folks, you got to stop this fascination with the Japanese. Is take the art style, don't take the things that you're not. Okay. So anyway, so we got this right to left thing, and yes, this caused a lot of problems initially. That being said, we see here some different camera angles. We see some issues here. This is probably doing a little thing here. I apologize for that. Sometimes if you've got a lot of shading and you've got a resolution that's not great, and it kind of pixelates like this, and that's unfortunate, but sometimes it does do that. So anyways, yeah, so we get a chance here. We get to see some different things here, some of the art. Let me see if I can change some of that pixelation a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to change much. So all right, so we'll try to bypass that. Hopefully it's going to be like that consistently. So anyways, yeah, so you can see here again. I don't know why it's doing that, folks. I'm sorry about that. The pixelation is still happening. So I'm just going to run through this art here real quickly. Again, we'll be publishing this in a future issue. So really, this is some really dynamic, good stuff here. The artwork is a bit challenged at times. The main character Bastet appears, and he basically kind of inhabits this girl and makes this girl do some really crazy things. This guy's getting his arm shot off, things like that. Or that's why he doesn't inhabit the girl, but the girl's inside of the Bastet suit. So yeah, this is. I remember we all were quite taken by this. This, of all the titles that we had, this by far was the most Saturday PM bunch by far. Doesn't mean it would be published in Saturday PM, but it certainly had the most use of adult themes and violent encounters that made sense. They weren't just there to be. They weren't just there, for no reason. So kind of get a little bit of a cliffhanger ending with it there, and kind of ends with this moment here where the main character ends up killing, or not the main character again, but ends up killing this character who's so far has survived all this kind of nastiness. So another one that it reminds me of is oh my god, it was Hunger Games before Hunger Games, Japanese film that became a real sensation in Japan. I cannot remember the name. It was ultra violent. It was really cool. I'm gonna go backwards through this artwork. When I try to make it full screen, that's why it does that. So I'm gonna just try to go backwards and let you guys see just again some of the artwork here, and some of the stuff here. It fluctuates between kind of comedy and seriousness, but it this by and large is pretty good. I mean, the moments like this one here, this is a great panel. I don't know what's going on with his arm very much. That arm looks like he is elongated man or plastic man, but still, you get the impetus here. You get what he's trying to do here. The fear and just the shock in this character's thing is he thinks that he's been able to survive all this destruction here. Okay, and that is Rat Race. Let me get to some of these comments here, because again, this one had the most discussion, I can say. Start with Jaime Molina, creator of Paradise Down. And he says, the premise sounds interesting. It has an X-Men murder world kind of feel to it. However, with a no main character approach, it's hard to see how anyone would stay with the series for the long term. With a plot this out there, I feel you need something to ground the audience. Other survival game horror. Oh, that's right. We talked. He's got this. Other survival game horror comics have done this with such as Battle Royale, which was the movie I was talking about. It came out of Japan in the 90s. Mirai Nikki, and I feel with the right editor, this can be refined and made into something really worth reading. Art. The art has great use of color, toning, and the images were clear enough that it allowed you to follow the story. Foreshortening was off in page 10, and Bastat's cartoonish style clashed with the art style of the rest of the comic. Philip Bowie, co-creator of Matchmaker U, says, gives off Doubt and Cage of Eden vibes. The idea of no main character may lose the audience if characters are killed off too often, and leaves attachment to them, and leaves off attachment that can be for characters in series. Excited to see where this is going. Very thrilling. Artwork is clean and simple, provides enough clarity to understand what is going on during chaotic moments. Great use of tones to portray mood. Artwork towards the end felt rushed and incompleted. All right, and when it came to art, Jaime gave it a 6 out of 10. Philip gave it a 7 out of 10. And I am pretty much with these guys on this. For me, this has, when Toby Whaley is on form, when he's really working at the optimum level of his art potential, it's amazing. His artwork is really, really good. I mean, obviously, there's his biggest issues appear to be mainly just anatomy issues, and I don't think he's trying to hide it when he does the cartoony stuff with Bastat or some of the characters. I think this is just a style he's going for. But like, for example, this panel right here, it's kind of awkward. I mean, the anatomy here is kind of awkward with this character. He's wearing kind of baggy pants, so it doesn't look particularly, it doesn't look exactly right the way that his body is shaped there, the way his legs are going. Not to mention the lack of a background here. Even though he's going for dramatic effect, the lack of a background here makes that pose look even more awkward. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of backgrounds that just don't exist. He masks it. Again, I'm not saying he did this on purpose. I don't know. But he masked it a little bit with really dramatic moments and situations so that you don't recognize that you're not seeing a background. I'll say again that, the test of a real artist, comic book artist, is one who draws panels, one who draws different camera angles, and one who draws backgrounds. If you don't do these things, then you can try to get away with it, but eventually it'll catch up to you. This miasma type of thing he puts here in this background, he reuses this quite a bit. But again, there's very little background, and I don't know if he's able to pulling that off. And so, as everyone indicated, if you've got a story you're trying to tell that has no main character, and you're trying to do the stuff without backgrounds and without setting, you can set the mood. He clearly can set the mood with no background stuff. So for me, I kind of, I felt it was imperative to ding this for that very reason, because Toby is very talented. There's no question, and the cartooniness of the characters versus the realism of the characters do not bother me as much. But if you're going to call yourself a comic artist and you have the ambitions that he appears to have, some of that pretentious stuff he was saying at the very beginning of this, then damn it, you need to have some backgrounds in there. You can't not have backgrounds and then expect to be changing. I forgot how he put it, but I forgot how he put it. He put it some way that I thought was ridiculous. But let me say here, he is going to. The storytelling will be from an unorthodox perspective. Standard. He has a chance to set the standard and bury the cliche common atmosphere of survival game manga and really grasp meaningful semantics and concepts. That literally is gibberish. Grasping semantics and concepts have nothing to do with this concept, and certainly not with the execution of it. But beyond that, and more important than anything else, is that it's a bohemian experience. Look, you're not going to do any of these things, Toby, if you can't draw backgrounds. If you don't make an attempt to draw backgrounds, you're not going to do any of those things. And so so I felt the need to ding that a little bit for that reason. So I give it a 5 out of 10 on the art, although clearly Toby's talented. There's no question of that. Concept, same deal. Again, if you're going to be pretentious like that, back it up. And the story here doesn't make a great deal of sense. Conceptually, this is fantastic. I put this up there at Fable Crest for a fantastic concept, even though it wouldn't to me be as strong as Fable Crest for the concept, because again, I don't know, because Toby didn't present to us, that he has a clear grasp of what he's trying to do. Strike Force Morituri, Battle Royale, Hunger Games, the Secret Six, all had credible, dramatic reasons for why the characters were doing what they were doing. I can't for one moment explain to you, and when you read the story, you'll see what I'm talking about. Perhaps you will, perhaps you won't, but none of us understood what he was trying to do here. We got the general idea, and the execution we thought was pretty good, but no one understood exactly what the story is meant to be. And everyone expressed concerns about this in the sense that you got no main character, and no one really understands what you're trying to do with the story. Remember his, again, back to sort of convoluted concept here, an experiment to see if they can survive without money and whether or not the paucity of money can terraform a human into a completely different person. That is literally like this, just gibberish. I have no idea what he's trying to say there. I get what he thinks he's trying to say, but I don't think he understands what he's actually trying to say, because there's nothing that demonstrates that. Remember, let me say this again, folks. You've got a great concept, and this is a great concept like Fable Crest. Your job is to sell us on the concept. What I feel like Toby's trying to do here is sell us on the Saturday PM thing. Hence why we got arms getting blown off. We got little girls being duct taped, and we got a lot of shocking imagery here. But there's nothing here that demonstrates why this series needs to exist and what the series is about, and selling us on Bastet or the characters. Remember, even Death Note, which is about death and so on and so forth, has Ruck as a character that we eventually come to really appreciate and enjoy once the main character that we were following, Light, becomes truly evil. This installment would have been really effective had he demonstrated to us, where these people are trapped at, and have these characters have us see different facets of these characters' personalities. Are there people who are trying to, for example, when you use the term bohemian, do we see characters who are actually trying to be bohemian? Do we see characters who are trying to maybe take a pacifist approach to this? Do we see characters who are trying to find an alternative way to survive? Again, love the name, love the concept of Bastet visually. I think the artwork here is quite strong. But beyond that, I have real serious. This strikes me as the sort of title that if the creator is too full of himself, and when you start talking pretentiously, that's a very common thing. If they're too full of themselves, then there's nothing you're going to do to help this comic, because they're going to basically think what they're doing is excellent, think that what they're doing doesn't have any room for improvement, think that they can do this perfectly, and therefore go out there and try to do it. And then when the thing falls apart, they're gonna try. We've seen this, trust me. They're gonna blame everybody else. They're gonna blame the fans. They're gonna blame the marketing. They're gonna blame this, as opposed to just saying, you know what, I didn't tell a very good story. And again, this is one of the things about Saturday AM that I want to impress upon people, particularly new folks who are discovering us, is that, you know, one of the things that that matters to me a great deal is, again, I'm not interested in publishing every Tom, Dick, and Harry's content. Again, I don't know what other groups, you know, tell folks that when they submit their work to them. We have a lot of competitors in the space, and they all have submission periods, but none of them do it like we do. None of them are as open as we are. But I make this very clear to everybody. You know, I want to publish good content. I want to publish content also that is diverse. That means diverse in genre, diverse in ideas, and diverse, of course, in ethnicity. Yes, very much so. I need to see with the content that we publish that it has potential to be something. And I don't mean potential to be a comic that, you know, that exists. I mean the potential to be something. I'm convinced. One of the people ask me all the time, why do you publish Spoon? Because I think Spoon could be the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A character who is turned into a spoon by an evil elf, his town turned into a kitchen, and he has to travel this fairyland, killing ogres and just destroying his way to the elf who did all this. Now, again, for those of you who don't know, I had a career in the video game industry. I was an executive. I was handling licensing and everything. I brought a lot of properties over or helped to produce them that you have experienced. Trust me. So this is what I do. And if I see a concept that I really like, I want it to succeed. I want it to be something that will succeed. It is not important to me that you get to slap your name on a comic book. What's important to me is that you get to slap your name on a comic book that we publish, because it is going to succeed, because we believe it could be a feature film, it could be a major motion picture, that it could be a TV show, that it could be an animated series, a video game, all these things. That only happens, number one, when we believe we've got creators who understand the awesome responsibility that is and are prepared to work for it. So again, I don't know Toby Whaley. I like the name Rat Race. I like at least the visual concept of Bastet. I like the idea of a survival horror manga. Totally down with that. But I definitely have concerns about this series, because I don't see in what was presented enough of, like I said, those notes from the creator was just about as pretentious as you get, and some of that is nervousness because they're trying to seem more serious than they are. But a lot of that as well is driven off of this idea that they're doing something really profound. To do something profound, guys, you can do it, but to do something profound, you have to be able to really get into understanding what it is about your story that works. And that means, and this is where I come back to the last entry we just had, the entry that was taking a lot of D. Gray Man cues from Quentin Harris. I'll be on. He also is trying to do something ambitious, but I'll give him this. When it came to the two characters interacting in that scene in the jail or wherever it was, he made that scene work. Fable Crest has a lot of problems artistically, but when it came to them confronting the young person whose mental illness was manifesting itself into this magical demon or magical familiar, whatever you want to call it, that image and that moment worked. Now, Rat Race has a lot of moments that work, but it's got a lot that don't. And so, therefore, like I said, if Toby Whaley is on the right page with this, I think he could have a real hit on his hands without question. But gonna have to see how that plays out. For me, I'm looking at 5 out of 10. Again, I'm higher than Jaime, who gave it a 4 out of 10. I think there's real merit here for this, but I'm not as high as Philip because, again, I don't think that Toby has any idea, at least he certainly didn't present that to us at the time that he had, as to what he's actually trying to do with this. Where are these characters at? What does this world look like? what sort of opportunities are here, what is how can the characters, how can we be interested in the characters here, like what, when you're faced with a life or death situation, potentially on a foreign planet, I don't know what this is, alien world, what happens to these characters? Walking Dead is all about what happens to the humans after your favorite zombie movie ends, right? Your favorite zombie movie is all about the character trying to survive, get to safety. Once they get to safety, that's where Walking Dead begins. And look at it, it's a fucking phenomenon. It is a phenomenon. And it works off that very basic concept. All the series we're talking about has a point for Strike Force Moratorium from Marvel. The entire idea was that you granted superpowers, but it's going to kill you in 1 year. And the reason they give you superpowers is because the Earth is under threat from this massive alien armada, and they have to try to stop it. And so they create this group called Strike Force Moratorium, which are superheroes that only can exist for 1 year. So what made that story work was not just the awesome superhero battles, but it was all about the fact that you had characters that, some characters really got off on the fame. They got off on the fame. They were sleeping with women and doing some stuff because they were like, hey, you know what? I'm only going to live for a year anyways. I'm going to go out like a champ. And you had other people who were like really, who were questioning why they did this. You had other people who did it for money because they got money. They could give it to their families. They're trying to spend as much time with their families. So the characters is what sold it. Same thing with Walking Dead. This right here, I have no idea that Toby understands that. Again, if your mantra is it's going to have no main character, that reminds me of so many of these young people that we get who submit content to us who try to tell us because they got an interesting idea for the story, they've got a main character design, and then when I start questioning, okay, so walk me through how this story plays out. They can't walk me through how the story plays out. They don't know what happens in chapter 2 or chapter 3, but they know this, but they say at the end, the main character, he's going to die. And when's the end? And I've literally had this conversation several times, folks. And I'll say, and when is the end? I don't know, I'm thinking like the 6th or 7th book. So first of all, you think you're going to publish 6 or 7 books of this, and you can't even tell me what happens in chapter 2. Storytelling, folks. You got to have an idea of what you're trying to do, and you got to master those arts. So again, the jury's out for Rat Race for me. I think this could be a gigantic hit. I think this could also be one of those things that you see on Tapastic or Smack Jeeves or East Old Manga Magazine. You can see it, look at it, go, hey, that's really cool. Click on the first installment, never see it again because it never worked. The creator got bored or got caught and just never worked. So we'll see, but there's real potential in Rat Race. I give it a 5 out of 10 conceptually, but I agree with Tommy and Phil. I think it's definitely a serious potential. All right. Next up, Dylan Kiefer and Tyler DeBerry, and they have a comic concept called Spirit Blood. And I'm going to read for you folks the concept for Spirit Blood now. I'm going to find a better place to deposit you guys. Just give me one moment here. Okay. You can see here a little bit of the art. This is for the ad. They basically did the same ad, just did one with a red. One of the worst ads we've got. Sorry, this was one of the worst ads. I remember seeing this. I thought, what in the hell is this? It's like a bunch of scenes. I can't really tell what's going on in the red and black version, and the black and white version is equally as confusing. I don't know. So as an ad, I have a slight idea what that would do for me. And then we have Spirit Blood here, which basically is showing you a bit more of what this is and what it's meant to be. But here's the thing, that this is actually less interesting than the previous thing because it's just character art. Like there's no theme, there's no concept that really tells you what this is about. It's relying basically on the name and on the art. And that can work in some cases, and in a lot of cases it doesn't. But I'm trying to get to the main cover image because here. But first of all, Tyler DeBerry has been in previous test flights. I think he's been in 2 previous ones. I'm a big fan of Tyler DeBerry's. I've said this before, so I'm sure I'll be a bit biased in this review, but you know, that's why we have other reviewers. But I really like Tyler DeBerry's artwork. I think, first of all, I don't know him. I've never talked to him, I don't think, but he strikes me like a neat young man, and I've always been really impressed with his stuff. And his character design is one of the things I like best. His last comic he did in a test flight for what was called First Light, I think, and I loved that character design. I thought it was one of the best character designs I'd ever seen in Saturday. It was really, really neat, and this one is equally cool. So I'm a big fan of Tyler DeBerry's, and I'm so happy to see that he was back. And he's partnered with a young man who's a writer named Dylan Kiefer, and so this is their concept, Spirit Blood. Turnarounds are not great, although I do love the fact that here we get just a really nice image of the main character, and we can even see here, this is not sexist on what I'm about to say, but we even get to see here that she's got a bit of a hiney, and I just thought how cool that was, the fact that he actually, like, I'm gonna give her, you know, she's got nice thighs. We see here in this pic here, whoops, we're a little too far back. She's got nice thighs. In one of these images here, right here, you can see that she's got a thin waist and thighs. But he actually gives her a little hiney. I thought, you know, that's a really cool, just attention to detail from a artistic standpoint. I was really impressed with that. Okay, let's jump in with the pitch, and right off the bat. So, like I said, I'm a big fan of Tyler DeBerry's, but right off the bat, the ad, I remember seeing that first ad and thought, what in the hell? And then I see the pitch and thought, Jesus. So the pitch literally does none of the stuff that and both these guys have been in previous testimonies, so I've said this before. The pitch does nothing that we talk about in a pitch. This is, we say 4 to 6 words. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 words, folks. And the pitch is Asian meets Darker Than Black meets Ghost in the Shell meets Ergo Proxy. If I could kill or fail a property or submission, literally for the pitch, I would, because that's ridiculous, and that is as ridiculous as the thing that we just saw with Toby Rayleigh with his thing about Rat Race, and how he was striving for, I forget exactly the terms he used, but he was hoping to create core understanding of concepts and semantics, which literally is gibberish. This is additional gibberish. Guys, if you can't make your pitch work in 4 to 6 words, you're telling me that your comic concept is Batman meets Yu-Gi-Oh! Meets a little bit of Full House and a lot of 24, you know, the Fox TV show. What the fuck is that? I mean, come on, guys. Like, stick to something. You're not going to be everything to everybody, so stick to something. Because all you're trying to do is just take concepts that could work and put them together and see if you can capture someone's interest. This stuff, I'm trying to squeeze everything under the sun because your title has remote relationships to everything under the sun, is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And I'm serious. I say this every test flight. Every test flight I say this. Both these guys have been in previous test flights, so I was blown away when I saw that. All right, so plot synopsis. So the first chapter, Spirit Blood, will set the stage for the series by introducing the main character, Lulu, who is the daughter of a Native American ambassador of the Embassy of Tribal Nations. Lulu plays the role of her older dead brother, Hakan, because of her father blames her for his death and needs a male heir. A secret global organization with its hands in the darkest aspects of the black market, specializing in assassination. It's not written very well here, but anyways, this organization was hired to kidnap Hakan, who was believed to be the ambassador's son and only heir. They try and ransom Hakan, but their father refuses to pay the ransom, causing Khan's kidnappers to attempt to kill him. Hakan manages to kill one of his kidnappers and is left in a petrified state, lying in a puddle of blood. His other kidnapper arrives to see what happened, talking on the phone with their superiors. Another fight breaks out between Hakan and the other kidnapper. The scuffle ends when the other kidnapper realizes Hakan is a woman and clearly not who they thought he was. The kidnapper gives Hakan a choice of living and becoming one of them or to die right now. Hakan chooses to live and is force-fed to the heart, and is force-fed, it says force-feed the heart of the dead kidnapper. The rest of the chapter will be about Hakan being introduced into the organization through scientific medical procedures as well as a training program, getting them acclimated to their new life. So, it's a lot. So I remember I was talking to one of my co-founders about this, and I was saying how I was telling them that how so like you know I was talking about Spirit Cloud. I was saying that, like, you know, I'm always struck when we do these test flights how people try to give you so much information that they can't, like, what's effective here, folks, if you're watching this video and you want to do a test flight in the future, is to actually try and present these things to people who are not us first. Go through, you know, tell them the pitch and see if they get excited. See if they understand what you're talking about. I have to believe if there's any semblance of comprehension from the people you present this stuff to, whether they're comic fans or not, when you read them 5 different series or 4 different series saying this is the pitch I have for my comic idea, that they will say to you, wait, I'm lost. What's, you know, and particularly if they're saying, wait, you know, that immediately tells you that you've got a problem, right? Because I made a YouTube video about this, or no, not YouTube. I made an Instagram video about this. We have a great Instagram channel, and it has a lot of original content you won't find anywhere else. And but I had a great, you know, I had this point that I've made many times in the past about how I am not your fan, and I don't say that to be crude. I say that to be definitive in terms of how you need to think about what you're trying to do. I'm not your fan, so trying to impress me, as we saw in some previous test flights, with big words doesn't impress me, because I don't need. That's not telling me you're smart. And I'm not worried about whether or not you're smart. I'm worried about, are you a good storyteller? So tell a good story. And when you give a bunch of information, particularly if you've got a writer, in this case, Tyler has a writer, Dylan Kiefer. So I tend to be harder on these things because you're sharing content, guys. You're sharing deals. I just had we had a situation this week with a creator who quit a title, and they corrected what they had said earlier in a post, but they had this post where they talked about frustrations they had with the comic, and I'm thinking to myself, like, it offended me, because I'm thinking to myself, first of all, this is a good comic, but more importantly is the fact that this artist, out of all the artists we have, only had to draw. They didn't write it, they didn't script it, they didn't edit it, they didn't letter it, they just drew it. Every other creator we have that we currently actively publish does more than just draw. And all this creator did was just draw. So the creator fixed it. They corrected what they said, because people were taking what they said in the context that they put it in, which was the wrong context. And I accept their apology for that. But the point in telling that story is that, look, if you are a team, then I expect things to be better than if you're not a team. I expect you to have a better pitch, especially if you've done this before. I expect you to have a better plot and synopsis, precisely because I expect the story to make sense. And this one, there's a great twist here, and that's the fact that Lulu, which is a great name, by the way, I love Lulu as a name, and I love the character design, that Lulu actually is masquerading as her brother. But there's a million ways you could have told that what I just read to you, confusing. I know many people heard me read that are like, what? I just missed that. I didn't follow that. That's just like that pitch with 4 different concepts. Guys, you guys just get to the story. No one cares about all the backstory. I don't need to know about the Embassy of Tribal Nations. No one cares about that. No one knows what that means. This organization. So you can just say, look, Hakan, the son of a Native American tribal chief or ambassador, whatever he is kidnapped by a secret assassin organization, and as they try to ransom him, they discover that he is actually a she, Lulu, who's a daughter who's been made to play the role of her brother. And so anyway, you know, it's just this crazy sort of, you could have made this so much more streamlined and gotten to the heart of the story, because that's what the story is all about, is the fact that this girl who is masquerading as a guy is now, which I'm not necessarily sure I think that's a cool idea, but regardless, that's the general concept. And just get that. I don't need all the backstory. I don't need to know the scuffle breaks out. We have all these different things. I don't need to know any of that crap. I just need to know, because that's a great, just on the merits of that, the fact you got a female character who masquerades as the male character and is an assassin, that's really interesting. That's like totally cool. Like that, I'm on board with that. Whether or not you would have known that, I don't know. But that's why, again, I say this. I'm not saying it's just to Dylan and to Tyler. I'm saying this to everybody watching this. Please, when you get ready to a test flight, take the things we ask you for and present them to other people. Just try it with other people first and see what they think. Trust me, some of the stuff for a writer, by the way, is full of some errors here grammatically. You would have fixed that if you actually presented this to other people. Anyway, that's the concept. Now, I don't want to prejudice you on these things. Like I said, 'cause I'm a big fan of Tyler DeBerry's, so obviously, again, like I said, I can be a little prejudiced about the fact that I like Tyler DeBerry's art. But again, just off the bat, there were issues there that I had to address because I think that those just are glaring to me. Let's get into this thing. Let's see what people. Let's look through the comic pages, and while we're going through the comic pages, I wish this thing had an automatic comic page thing. I would just let it ride through there. But all right, but then we're gonna talk a little bit about what our two creators thought about this. All right, so we start off here, and again, we've got just that kind of patented Tyler DeBerry stuff here. Tyler DeBerry is great at figure work. It's improving literally every time he does this stuff. It's improving, just every single time it's improving. There's a bit of an action sequence here. We get the main character is fighting Lulu, of course, dressed as a guy, is going through this battle with this character. Now, this guy does something here. Not the best page, not the best panel. This is one of Tyler's work here, is that when you see some of his work, it's not stiff, but it's the amateur aspects of it are that things, dramatic effects, don't have quite the same impact because the characters kind of lose some of the, this case here, great positioning of the character. His head looks a little weird in relation to his body, but he's missing a hand, and so there's a better way he probably could have done the image to give it the kind of panache there, because we can see the hand up at the top here with that sort of demon thing that's being formed here. Anyways, long story short, he summons basically a creature. Think of it kind of like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and they get into a battle here, so you can see that kind of play out. This is something that Tyler, for all of his pitches, has done. I do like the fact, again, not in a perverted way, I do like the fact that Tyler clearly said, "To hell with it, I'm going to go for some ecchi," and gave us some ecchi. And so we've got a panty shot with a big boob character who we legitimately see some big boobies there. So Tyler is going for it. He's like, you know what? This thing is supposed to be Saturday PM, and I'm going to throw in all sorts of blood guts and things with female characters. Again, we see interesting concepts here with these characters being able to get formed and do battle and so forth. And it's very, Tyler's work is really strong in a lot of places. In a lot of places, again, some of the elements that don't work for him don't work. But here we get to see, really, if you didn't know what I read earlier, the reveal of this whole segment is the fact that Khan is actually Lulu. And so that's what we get a chance to kind of see that. But of course, then it kind of ends in a weird way, so we don't really get a great, we don't really get a firm sort of sense here. Basically, she's choosing to live, and so whatever this thing is, from the profile we got, which doesn't really make itself particularly clear in the story, but of course we know from the synopsis that she has to then, you kill one of the characters, you eat their heart, and then kind of like One Piece with the devil fruit, and then you then have this new power. And so that's pretty much what this is. Very rushed, didn't make a great deal of sense, but that is Spirit Blood. So give me a second here. I'm going to retain back, and you guys will be able to see this, of course. I'm going to take it here, because to me this is one of the best shots here. Just like in Tyler's previous work here, his best image was his in that last first light was the actual turnaround for that character. Okay, so we'll start with Philip Bowie, co-creator of Matchmaker U, says, story confusing, does not cover a lot of the plot infused in the written portion. Very difficult to follow, expects the readers to have a basis of the background of the series. Art, he says, awkward transitions here and there, makes it difficult to understand several panels. Anatomy issues with full body is shown. A well balance between negative and positive space, however, is a positive, and there were some spelling and grammar mistakes. Jaime Molina says, creator of Paradise Down, says, the story was too focused on the background, world history, and not enough on the overall plot. It's a mishmash of ideas, and unfortunately, it works against it. Art, he says, pretty good artwork. Speed lines are pretty consistent. We see some pretty interesting character designs. Proportions are off in a few pages. Action scenes are missing that oomph due to the surrounding area seemingly looking unaffected by it all. No dust being kicked up from attacks and so on. Seem to fall into the trap that other battle mangas like this fall into. He gives a reference to Ikitosen, and that is battle damage for the sake of fan service, i.e. page 11. Seinen and fan service are not mutually exclusive, especially when it seems to be pointless fan service. I'll give my thoughts here in a second. As far as the art, both Philip and Jaime give it a 5 out of 10. I have to say that for me, I give it. I probably say it with 5 out of 10 as well. I think, I read it again last night because it was one of the first entries I looked at earlier in the week because I like Tyler Berry's stuff. I think that I think back to the stuff he's presented in the past, and I think that First Light had a lot of problems, but First Light, it's funny. First Light was better than this artistically, and at the same time, there were moments here that were really good. Any shot thing, I thought that was, hands down, it's one of his best images in this entire thing. I'm gonna have to go back to it just because I just think that was a really, really well done shot. I think you got to give credit where credit's due. Let me pull it back up here. That many of our artists can pull off this shot. It's a dynamic camera angle. It's presented in a good way. And yes, there's things about it that don't work. Lulu's head down here at the bottom doesn't work in comparison to being featured here next to this lady who makes her into an assassin. This kick here definitely doesn't work. This is like, as strong as this panel is, it's followed by a second panel here. They're talking on the phone, which is pretty interesting. The third panel here, the foot looks a little off here. Like that ankle is very thin going into this very high shoe. But again, you get enough of it here to where it works. But then this kick here played a bit comically, so there's some leeway you can give it. But like the way the character looks when she kicks Lulu, that is indicative of some of the worst traits of Tyler's work. Is that there's an aspect of his anatomy that just doesn't quite work. I think you see this again in this image here when the bad guy summons his character Sagittarius here. Like this is an image here that should work, but if I had to look at 2 full-page images where a demon's being summoned, I would take Kudo Machikana, who certainly, in my opinion, is not at the level. I don't think that's really in my opinion. It's just obvious. Is not at the level of Tyler Berry artistically. Yet at the same time, Tyler himself is not at the level that I think he could be at. So Kuda's page does it right, even though some of the refinement and just clear class of the art is not as significant in many ways that Tyler's is. But I think this image here just loses something because this guy's screaming and just the way that this page is positioned just doesn't really capture what I think he and Dylan would have hoped for. So I give it a 5 out of 10. I think Tyler's, as an artist, I think Tyler, when he's on his game, is his perfect level. I think he's a 7 out of 10. But I think again, I don't know. Philip said he thought it was rushed towards the end. Very well could have been the case. I don't know. Because it certainly does seem to fall apart in certain areas, but I would argue that that even some of the stuff at the beginning is not as strong. So within the 13 pages or so, it kind of goes in and out of success with the art. Concept-wise, Jaime and Philip both gave this a 3 out of 10. I would likewise give this a 3 out of 10, or even lower. I don't, like I said, I thought that I like the main character Lulu. I like the character design. I don't for the life of me understand what this series could potentially be. This is pulling from. Here's one of my things as well. And again, because Tyler has done this 3 times, so I'm kind of really trying to position how I say this because I think Tyler is super talented. In this case, he worked with the writer, and what's frustrating is that this didn't succeed when it should have, because you've got 2 people working together. I don't know what was going on here. I don't know why this didn't succeed, but like, you know, I just come back to that first page, that written section. That written section was a mess. And so Dylan has been with us before. I mean, his test flight was a little screwy the last time because he had an artist that had been paired with another artist as well, another writer as well. So the same artist was in two different entries. Dylan did not actually write in that thing. He just had a plot, but he didn't actually put his dialogue in there. In this case, again, I'm at a loss for what Dylan did actually, because that pitch was ridiculous. It's like 4 different things, and I don't see the thing that's a killer of that pitch is that not only is it just ridiculous to have 4 titles as your pitch, but the kicker is that for the best of my knowledge, as a writer and as a publisher and just as a creative, as a business person, is that this is kind of ripping off a little bit of Game of Thrones with I forget the young girl's character. She when the father gets killed in the first season, she ends up now, like season 7, she's an assassin because, you know, they were essentially her and her sister were captives of the Lannisters, and she ended up becoming she ended up getting kidnapped or taken away, and then she got put into this Assassin's Guild. Now she's like half blind and she's an assassin or something. You could make the case for that, given the fact that Lulu, through no fault of her own, really is been kidnapped because they think she's her brother, and now she has to become an assassin. It's like, so what was even the point of that whole stuff about her brother and the father if she's now some sort of assassin? Like, what's the point of the story? But you got some of that. So that to me would have been what the pitch would have been: is Game of Thrones meets JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because you can summon these creatures. I don't like it's just don't get it. I don't understand what this was meant to be, and it's particularly egregious to me because you've got a writer. So the writer's only job is to write. So then be clear, and have some clarity to it, and really have a unique idea that's got clarity. I hope what was not the case is that Dylan's just like, hey, I need an artist, and Tyler Berry looks really good, and Fred did some good things about him in the last test flight, so I'll partner with him. But which is fine. But then if you're going to do that and have like a really killer idea that can work with. I don't understand what this is meant to be, and obviously, it doesn't feel like anyone had an idea what this was meant to be. And so, I don't know what to say here. This was frustrating for me because I certainly think Dylan has talent. I can't say I've seen a ton of it, but he certainly has talent, or at least I believe he does. I believe he appears to be. He certainly is aggressive. And I think that Tyler has tremendous talent. I'm at a complete loss as to what this was meant to be, though. And it's frustrating because I had high hopes for this. It was one of the first entries I looked at when we started looking at these entries. So I'm at a loss here. Jaime says this has no serious potential. Phillips says this has no serious potential. Against my best interest, I want this to have serious potential because I want to see Tyler doing something. I think Tyler has proven himself to be a really committed artist, but I just don't get what this is meant to be. I don't know what this is meant to be. So I think this one is one I'm going to definitely put in the camp of you guys to make a determination on, because I think this is something that I think that the two, again, and I have to say, I have to be blunt with Dylan. Dylan, if you're just a writer, that Subnosis made no sense. As both of our other artists said, spelling errors in the actual work, which I don't know if you lettered this or if Tyler lettered this, but the writer, and as I said before about my situation earlier in the week with the artist that left, dude, I do all those things. So if I'm doing all those things and running a company and handling our marketing and closing business deals like with advertisers and investors, then dude, if all you're doing is writing, surely like spelling mistakes and grammar you can be checking up on. And surely when you're writing a Subnosis, you can have a Subnosis that makes sense, and it is exciting to read. Like, as a writer, I expect other people to kind of bundle their way through a Subnosis, because they don't know where to make it exciting. They don't know how much information that you need. They've never done it before. This is all new to them. They're writing and drawing. But when you're a writer, have some sense about that. Like, create something that actually reads well. This doesn't have grammar mistakes, and that had grammar mistakes all in it. Doesn't have grammar mistakes. It has spelling mistakes, and at the same time actually does have an interesting story there, or presents a story that's interesting enough to read, so that we can get to the heart of something. So again, I'm at a loss for this. I had a lot of high hopes for it. I'm not seeing that in this, but again, I hope that that will come about. I don't know what else to say on that front, but I hope that I hope when you guys take a look at it, you guys have a chance to vote on this, that you guys see some potential in this, because I think that certainly, again, I think Tyler can be a great artist. I just a big artist. Just you figure what that is. Likewise, Spirit Blood as well. I didn't care for that name. The logo definitely is lame, but I didn't care for that name at all, because I get the idea. They're summoning characters via some blood or something like that, but I just, there's also stuff that didn't make any sense there. I mean, there's some of these characters out of blood, but yet then the characters take on this form, as we see here. Like, we see the character getting formed because he lost his hand. This looks like blood, and it's forming some sort of character, some sort of figure. But then this is what it turns into through blood. Like, he doesn't even look like a blood type character. So again, that's what it should have been called. And then from there, it should have been figured out. So I don't know. I hate the fact this is the third strike for Tyler. Doesn't mean that he can't submit any more stuff. But Tyler's too talented. We need to see some major stuff being done here, and this should have been a stronger piece since it had a writer connected to it, but unfortunately it was not. Let's see, next up is Evan Adams, who's got a work called Helen. We're going to do that, and we're going to take our final break, and then we'll wrap up with our final entries, and therefore then our presentation is who won. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Helen. You can see here the art is from Evan Adam, and I'm going to read to you this concept here, which is very interesting. Evan Adam returning to us. He was in our last test flight. He's returning to us with some new stuff here. This is Don Machi meets Wandering Island. Oh, one last thing I was going to say about Rat Race. I forgot this about Rat Race. Rat Race from Toby Whaley is, again, on the fence with Rat Race, but I will say as well that if you're Rat Race survival horror, there's a survival comic right now, manga in Shonen Jump called Forever Neverworld. And that stuff is great. Oh my God, it's so good. And really nothing's happening. Just characters sitting around plotting their escape. But the tension's real. The characters are fun and interesting, even though they're way too mature for their age. But it's really, really cool. And so again, if you go Rat Race, you can do stuff like that. But again, you got to have an idea of what you're trying to do. I'm not convinced that Toby Whaley does, but we'll see. Pitch: Don Machi meets Wandering Island for Helen. And again, Evan. So again, guys, do a synopsis. I don't have time to read an entire chapter 1 plot, guys. That's just don't have time for that, guys. You guys have got to, again, you got to pitch to try to grab our attention. This does not. I don't know what Don Machi is. I know what Wandering Island is. I don't know what Don Machi is. And then conversely, give me just a simple paragraph and say, and it's in the rules, so it's not like I'm telling you something that's like some insider baseball. That's in the rules. Give me a synopsis. Your chapter 1 is not a synopsis. This is your chapter 1. I just want to know what your chapter 1 is like. But give me your synopsis to what the series is about. I shouldn't have to read your chapter 1 and get a sense of series. And in this case, Evan's got like 7 paragraphs here to get into. Now, so because I want to try to present this stuff to you guys, but so I just look for something simple to present to you guys. But also, look, when I've got all the stuff I got going on, I'm trying to read the stuff at night. Trust me, guys, it's very tiring to go through each entry and then have to read all this stuff. You have to remember it when you're reading the story. Anyway, long story short, the main character, Helen, is constantly ridiculed by society because of his physical traits, being overweight, not handsome. Because he does not fit the stereotypical idea of his job, being a knight. In this world, knights are more like swords for hire than anything else. He feels pretty lonely and regrets ever deciding to be a knight. He feels his dream was a mistake. So I'm going to leave it there because, again, there's some stuff that happens in the chapter, and it's really no point in doing that. But the first thing I think you guys see is that Helen, which is the name, is not the girl, it is the guy. And so that's what got me intrigued with this. Plus, Evan Adams was in our previous test flight, and he did a really had a really effective test flight, even though it just didn't capture everything it should have. It had some really good ideas in it. But, Evan is also very young, so that's always another thing that kind of I'm always kind of amazed with him, is that he's so young. So, but anyways, so we see here characters walking down the spot here. But I'll tell you, I'm going to read it to you as I go through this, because this way I don't have to try to read the comic to you. A girl's in the alleyway when a man creeps upon her and tries to rob her. The main character butts in, trying to stop the man. The man is fearful at first, but soon realizes who he's dealing with. The fat ass who calls himself a knight. Even the woman being robbed knew who it was. They couldn't take him seriously, so they laughed him off and went their separate ways. We cut to the main character. There comes Helen. So you see here, so we can see here Helen being threatened by the guys here, and eventually being not just ridiculed, but kind of beaten up, taken advantage of and stuff. So anyway, Helen, he has a crush on this girl, so that works for one of these taverns. So he's minding his own business at a bar seat. The man gets his attention, asks him to move. There is nowhere else for Helen to go to, so he decides that he won't move. The man gets impatient, threatens Helen to get out of his way. His crush is here, so Helen isn't necessarily a bad fighter. He did train after all. He has a chance to fight someone and try to impress her. The man is offered fighting Helen. Immediately, the man lands a blow with his pommel and takes Helen to the ground. Helen has made a fool of himself. He was only lucky that the man had spared his life, yet the shame made Helen wish he hadn't. So basically, Helen decides he's going to train and try to do something about the situation, become a stronger fighter. And that's the general idea of the series. So that's why you see here Helen's doing all this training. And we get to some scenes here of Helen at the bar, and of course, Helen wants to try to get back his opportunities. This girl's got a crush on, and not just be a fat ass. He chops off the guy's hand. And Helen becomes a bit of the hero that he wishes to be here. So that's the general idea, though. So this is one of the series that I just kind of like his last one. There is something about Evan Adams' artwork and Evan Adams' ideas that I like a great deal. I don't think they're nearly as good as they could be in his presentations, and my fear is that him being so young, that what he needs to do is just be consistent and stick with his idea and just keep trying to refine it so that he can A, become a better artist, and then B, become a better storyteller. Because again, I think Evan's one of those people, in my opinion, that is at that tier that is interesting, in the sense that a lot of people in PILOT Manga, a lot of the people who want to make webcomics, because there's no barrier to entry nowadays, they all think they're storytellers, right? They have an idea, and that idea is good enough, and that's how they view the world, right? I have an idea, it's Batman, but he's actually kind of got the powers of Superman. But, hey, that's what they want to see. They thought about it. It actually emerged from their mind, and therefore it's a fantastic comic book idea. It really isn't, but, they got an idea, and you can't tell them their idea is stupid because they can take it out there on the webcomic scene and put it out there. And more power to them, more power to them. But that doesn't make you, just because you have an idea doesn't make you a storyteller. Just because you hire an artist or partner with an artist doesn't make you a storyteller. You've actually got to go tell a story, and tell a story that actually has characterization and has interesting aspects to it, that takes some chances, that shows a world that's interesting, that shows the characters that are interesting. And so that's an interesting aspect of storytelling and going beyond just the idea phase. Evan has great ideas, and Evan has the ability to execute those ideas to a degree. The problem is that I don't know if Evan knows actually where it goes and what makes these ideas more than just a short story. Which if it's just a short story, that's fine. But that's really fun, actually. But again, you've got to nab the first one. So his last comic that he did was called Find Them. Fantastic name, fantastic concept. Once you start, and this happens every single time with creators at Saturday Inn from PILOT Manga, when I start asking you, or our editors start asking you basic questions about your series, who the character is, what the story is really about, why is the character doing these things, and you can't answer those questions, that tells you right there that you're in danger, even though you might be technically able to do more than the person who just has a generic idea. you're in danger of just being an idea guy or girl, because you've actually got to be a storyteller. You've got to answer those questions. It doesn't mean you have to have backstory. And trust me, no one wants to hear 9,000 pages of backstory, but you have to be able to have a rationale for who these characters are, what they believe, why they make the decisions they make, why the world is conditioned to make them make the decisions that they make, and therefore then what makes the story exciting. This is a great concept for a short story. Totally get it. The guy is named Helen, and he wants to impress this girl he's got a crush on. People make fun of him because of his name, because of his weight, and he, then through effort is able to somehow demonstrate and gain some confidence that he's not just someone to make fun of and someone to be dismissed. But you got to have more than that. I mean, that's a great start, but you got to have more than that. Like, why? What is his ultimate goal in life? Well, he's overweight. Were his parents overweight? Why is he a knight? What about this world is he a knight for? He could be a tavern. He could be a meat. He could be someone, a butcher. He could be anything. Why is he a knight if he's overweight and people don't like him and don't think he's fun and he's not a very good fighter? Why the hell is he a knight for? Like, these are questions that we would ask. So, and these are things that I'm not sure Evan has an answer for, because again, that's what you would show in your story. Because if I'm reading this, yes, you need to make me interested in the character. And guess what? In this series, out of all the series we've had today, I'm interested in the character. I'm interested in the name, I'm interested in the character. But once we get past that, I've got questions. And those questions need to be answered in your story. I don't need 9,000 pages of backstory to explain stuff that I'm reading, that you're giving to me, that I'm reading about, to understand the character. You don't have to know that Alfred Pennyworth was an MI6 person and now is the butler of Batman and is highly capable. You don't have to know his backstory to know that he's Batman's butler and is highly capable. Just a couple of scenes and a couple of pieces of dialogue will demonstrate that. In no way in the story do we get some of these elements of Helen that tells us who Helen is and why he exists. Beyond that, the artwork, again, I'm a fan of independent comics, and so there are aspects of independent comics that I absolutely love. And this stuff here with Evan's work, it's not great. He's got this weird thing with his faces where a lot of the characters all look the same. But I got to tell you, this page right here, I love this page. I loved this page because even though it's a bunch of facial close-ups and so forth, every single panel, every single facial expression is different. And, talent is being able to do that. And so Evan's got real talent. He's very young. I have no doubt that he'll get it together in the future. For me, this had a lot of potential, and it still could be a fantastic short story. But and it's probably what I want to see. But again, I think Evan's got to grow as an artist to really have a long-term opportunity with this stuff. And then conversely, he's got to develop as a storyteller to actually have not just ideas he can actually put into motion, but ideas that can give him stories that he can tell that are substantial, that are interesting, that are good. So that's my thoughts on it. A little different than we normally do. Let me give you other people's concepts here. Evan Adams. So Philip, Jaime Molina says, creator of Paradise Down, says, reads more like a shonen and a seinen mag, and even the story seems to be all over the place. A Knight for Hire could be very well suited for an older audience. However, I don't think it was presented that way in the submission here, which I disagree with a little bit. Obviously, he's got the hand getting chopped off and so forth. And I think the idea, frankly, of a character named Helen, which I swore I thought this was going to be a transvestite thing. That's what I thought this was going to be. It wasn't. So, I was like, oh, well. But that certainly would have been, to me, a mature title. As it stands right now, I think he'd certainly be a Sarah M short story for sure. His art has potential. I felt he just needs to learn how to incorporate more establishing shots, steer away from the heavy saturation of tones to hide for lack of backgrounds, and try different angles of his characters to keep his reader engaged. Again, I think on the art side, I think that he does different angles. But yes, I think the fault of his art is that he doesn't do different camera perspectives. So we see different angles here. I mean, again, this page right here is full of different angles. They're all close-ups, but the angle of where the characters are looking and so forth is totally different. The fourth panel here, the guy pointing behind him, even this panel here, the close-up shot here, the camera's positioned a certain way, and then of course this bottom one, the camera's positioned a really different way. But having different camera angles like establishing shots and things like that certainly is not a repertoire piece of was not within the repertoire, at least yet, of Evan Adams' artwork. So Jaime says he's that a lot of the shots seem to be close-up shots or shots with a little in the background, and that's completely true. Philip Bowie, co-creator Matchmaker U, says great concept, throwing a twist to medieval period. Cannot really see the overall plot. Possibly feels very episodic. Not really up in terms of maturity. Not really up there in terms of maturity quality. Art, the style is new, it's eye-catching. He would like to see more backgrounds. He recommends to produce cleaner lines and avoid the sketchy style. I like the sketchy style. Again, that's Evans, some of Evans' work, and I like it personally. The tone should be cleaned up, kind of just thrown in there. And I agree with that. The toning just seems to be thrown in. Again, you can look at this page here, which is my favorite page. You can see he's got a piece of tone here at the top where the hair, again, because of Evans' artistic ability, this face looks kind of weird. And so therefore then doesn't really support this piece of tone because the hair, the face doesn't have enough actual correct anatomy to demonstrate that the hair is over his head to where therefore you've got tone there. The tone just seems to be thrown in at various places here, and I couldn't agree more. All that being said, guys, so what do we think of Helen? Art-wise, Jaime gives it 4 out of 10. Philip gives it 5 out of 10. I give it a 4 out of 10. I think that it's, I think it's got some real talent and ability. But again, well, I'll probably give it a 3 out of 10. Actually, I'll take it back. Because I think, again, Ben Rhodes, we give it a 4 out of 10. Certainly, is not, I think, where he could be in terms of artistic quality yet, but he definitely had some stuff that was really strong. He's had some frailties, just like Evan does. I think the difference with Ben's stuff is that when Ben was on his game, when he was really working hard in his first 2 or 3 pages, he had dynamic camera angles, and because and establishing shots, he had backgrounds. Evan doesn't do any of those things. So I think Evan certainly is a 4 in terms of matching Ben for just the sheer quality of his work in this total piece. But in terms of the things that he wasn't doing, the fact that he didn't even attempt them, I think knocks him down to a 3 out of 10. Phil gave him a 5 out of 10. On the concept grade, Jaime gives him a 2 out of 10. Phil gives him a 4 out of 10. I couldn't disagree with these guys more. I think conceptually, again, I think the idea of a male character, which didn't get played up, but the idea of a male character named Helen, just like in Spirit Blood, the idea of a female character who has to live her life as a man to some degree. I think those are great concepts. Again, that's diversity, folks. That's diversity. These are real things that do happen, not because of assassins or because of various things like that, but because the world is full of people who are very different and have different ways that they express themselves. So I wish the concept had been more dramatic in that way. But I think the idea of a knight that is not very good and who has self-conscious issues, I think there's a maturity to that. I don't think Evan's the one to find that maturity at this point. I do think there's a maturity there, particularly when you get to be my age. Trust me, having doubts about what to do in your life, I think those are traits that adults can understand. So I give this a 6 out of 10 on that. In terms of being a story, I think it's gonna be a short story, definitely. So I agree with Philip that this could be a short story or be some sort of story in Saturday. Jaime did not think so, so I certainly agree that this could be a short story for sure. I don't think this is a long story because I didn't see any hints that this was a long story. We're actually gonna do Kawin Jack Sherwin next, and then I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll wrap it up here. Should be done by about 11:30. So let's do Kawin Jack Sherwin. This project is called Dangerous File. And what I liked here with this is, first of all, this is one hands down, and I think I can actually say this long term, best ad that we've ever had. Clever. Yes, he's reusing some artwork here, which is fine. I don't have any problem with people reusing artwork. But the idea of an ad, folks, is to get people, we want to see that you have some creative idea about how to market your series. It's not an excuse just to put your artwork on there. It's not an excuse to put your logo on there like Fable Crest did. If no one knows what Fable Crest is, why would they click on it? The idea of an ad is meant to actually get people to want to click on your ad. And so therefore, it's about you coming up with something creative that gets people to ask questions about your concept and therefore want to check it out. Hit this one, he's got this kind of loading bar. So you typically got to proceed to see this on a computer. So he knew what he was doing. Click here, dangerous file. You might end up regretting it though, like he did. New horror survival manga world manga. Would you survive? So not written very well, but this was great. This was fantastic. I really like this. Let's see. The pitch is Gantz meets Higanjima, which is a Vampire Island manga. Which that's one thing I liked. I remember reading this and thought, I'm so happy that someone actually took a moment, because again, the pitches that we saw with Spirit Blood, a lot of people just misunderstand the pitches and they get very ridiculous with the pitches. But when you mention a title, and there have been some in pitches we've read so far in this episode, when you mention a title that most people won't know about, and again, I'm 43 years old, I've read tons of comics in my life from Marvel, DC, Image, First Comics, Comico back in the 80s, I mean, all sorts of companies. I've read a lot of novels, I've read a lot of manga, I'm a pretty well-read guy. And when I don't know your property that you're mentioning, that's a really silly title to choose for your pitch, because the pitch is meant to get people to get excited about your idea. So why choose stuff that only a fraction of people would know about? That's why I said earlier, Game of Thrones is one of the hottest TV shows on the planet. So when you're choosing a property like Spirit Blood, and you've got two big conceits, which is that you've got a main character who is a female dressed as a male who's an assassin. So a lot of stuff going on there. And they can summon this from their blood. Then Jesus Christ, when you summon a creature that can fight for you, there's all sorts of properties you can choose from, but clearly Judgment Bar Adventure is one of them. And then when you are having a scenario where you have a character who's an assassin, Game of Thrones is one of those popular series out there. Like, those two make perfect sense. And if you can't get on board with those two, it doesn't have to be perfect, but if you can't get on board with those two, then they're probably not going to get on board with your series to begin with. And if you got to give them 5 or 6 titles, they definitely are getting on board because they don't know what you're talking about. This is a perfect example here. Gantz meets Higanjima. I don't know what Higanjima is. So what does he do? He explains it. He says Higanjima is a Vampire Island survival manga. And therefore, I'm like, okay, I don't know what it is, but if it's about vampires and survival horror, then it takes place on an island, I get it. I get it. I don't need much more than that. I get it. So, Dangerous File is a story about a genius boy hacker named Jack. One day, when bored around at a friend's house, Jack comes across a highly encrypted site, something he should have for once just left alone. The site contains documents of experiments on human subjects on a particular island. Even though Jack swore to himself to never look at those documents again, that all changed when his best friend all of a sudden gets taken to the island due to Jack. Jack decides to gather a team of geniuses who have been put together in a similar situation to himself to go to the island and get his friend back. The team of hackers steal various government documents of high-tech equipment. They use this knowledge to help them fend off the dangers that appear on this island. So already very interesting, pretty straightforward sort of concept. So let's dig in and check out some of his art here. So you can see here that Jack Sherwin has a very very fun style. It's got a bit of manga to it, but it's also very Western and there's totally refreshing. Here you see a bit more of their work here, and it's very it's robotic and it's very this is some pretty killer stuff right here. Another really killer image here. And a final killer image here. So this again is Jack is showing off all the stuff he's got here for this property. Okay. Okay. All right. And so let's see. Next up, then we have. You have the turnaround. And this is a pretty accurate turnaround the way we normally do them. You get the left side, and it should be a right side as well from the right, because obviously he's wearing different gloves, for example. He doesn't have the little hoop. For all we know, he's got something in the side pocket or something like that. And the back should be the total back, but this is still fun. Obviously, one of the things I'm sure the artists are going to rip on is the fact that the pants just kind of bleed into the boots. All right, so here we go. Here we got some really, you can see here, this is really, really detailed, really detailed stuff. So I'm just gonna let you guys check out some of the art here. This is where our main character is checking out the dangerous file program that would get him into this island. You can see here, there's doing experiments on the island with dogs and humans and so forth, animals. One of the things that I liked about this is I really enjoyed the dialogue. The dialogue here seemed earnest and straightforward. It wasn't too talky and too pretentious. It just, it made sense. It was set up, and the characters seemed like kids as well. It was another thing that kind of got me. The characters just seemed like kids, and that's always an impressive thing. So we see here that Jack's friend, he's first checking out the video for, ends up being caught in this program, and so this is what spurs Jack to want to go and save his friend. So that was all that we were submitted was Dangerous Fall. And obviously you can see the artwork here is pretty crazy good. Not always an execution, but really good for what it is so far. All right, so let's get to some of the comments here. Everybody ready? Start with Philip Bowie, co-creator of Matchmaker U. He says, survival genre is a category that is growing. Great to see new thoughts being added to this genre. Hacking on an isolated island gives off a new introduction of island survival. Artwork is great. Steps away from the manga style. Well detailed. It includes a hefty amount of backgrounds, heavily toned, and focuses on minor details. Consistent. Jaime Molina, creator of Paradise Down, says a standard survival horror premise with a nice twist on it. I hope he takes full advantage of this hacking premise and deep web-like lore to further differentiate himself from the other survival horrors out there. Art, fantastic artwork, reminiscent of what you would see some of today's modern American comic books. A very creative ad that I feel further lends itself to the deep web internet myth like lore. If you guys know what deep web is, or the black web, these are websites that are kind of off the grid, like you won't find them on Google and things like that. But this is where people can find really insidious stuff, everything from really disgusting terrorist execution videos to snuff films to child pornography and other stuff, things that no one should be trying to look for. So that's what he's talking about there. And of course, again, he's right. If you're looking at a video showing these sorts of tortures going on, you're certainly not finding it on Google, ladies and gentlemen. I would hope that he lessens his use of screen tones. His artwork is strong enough that he doesn't need as much. Could lend itself to more cross-hatching as a substitute. Either way, the more negative space from lack of screen tones at the right time would further accentuate his already strong art. My thoughts on this is I couldn't agree with both guys more. I think that, first of all, I mean, let me say that, no, this is not original. There are plenty of ideas. And I worked on quite a few video game titles that featured the exact same premise. So this isn't necessarily an original idea. In fact, there was one that came from the Area 51 guys. God, I can't remember the name of it now. It came from the Area 51 guys, but it was very similar. We did some marketing for that. And so, or I think it was a buyer. There was a buyer for that game, actually. But it was basically no. This was Dreamcast. This is back when I was making Dreamcast games, or I was handling some Dreamcast development work for a gathering of developers, and it was a series. It's gonna haunt me. It was a series that was meant to be a version of it was meant to be a competitor to Resident Evil. And it was all about experimentation. And furthermore, you got Island of Dr. Moreau. I mean, there's also stuff for this, but obviously the aspect of this, with technology at least, is certainly something that makes us feel a little different than your standard survival horror. So yeah, look, I love it. I thought this was great. I thought this certainly fit the mode of Saturday PM. The only thing that made me step away from Saturday PM from a bit was exactly something Jaime talked about. It was that there were aspects of the artwork that just were not as refined as I would have wanted, although there's certainly, in terms of art, this easily one of the top creators that we've had come to PILOT Manga. So, definitely is a winner for me on all levels. The biggest thing for me, frankly, more so than the art, more so than the concept, was the fact that the characters talk like kids. I mean, again, like I said, you know, writing is a skill set. It's a talent, but you have to exercise different skill sets with it. And so for that, you know, if you're an artist and you can't draw backgrounds, as I said earlier, you're not a comic book artist. You might be great at drawing, you know, still figures. You might be great at illustrations that can go in a museum or be the cover of a magazine, but you're not a comic book artist if you can't draw panel to panel to panel, then you're not a comic book artist, period. And the same thing goes for writing. If you call yourself a writer, whether you're an artist writer or just a writer, particularly if you're just a writer, and you can't handle effective dialogue, your characters don't sound the way that normal people would talk, then you got a problem. Because it's a skill set to have decent dialogue. You know, the way Cass from Clock Striker talks is completely different from the way that Anthony and April of Month Sight of America talk, and those are completely different from the way Coco and Turbino and the Old Man talk in Islanders. You know, I don't, you know, like that's to me, that's just like, you have to do that. Yes, it can be kind of laborious, but you have to do that. And so it was so refreshing to see that. And there's been a couple of entries where the dialogue was really good. I thought the dialogue was pretty effective too. And Apollyon, crap, I forget the young man's name who did that, but I thought that was effective as well. So anyways, artwork, obviously it's 9 out of 10 for Jaime, 8 out of 10 for Phil. And for me, I'm the same, but I think 8 out of 10. You know, there's a couple of things that stop it for me from being perfect, but it's still pretty damn great. Concept-wise, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I'm right there with them, 8 out of 10. I think this is a great concept. This is a series that Saturday AM, Saturday PM should publish. Yes from Jaime, yes from Phil, and yes from me. So let's see. All right, with that, folks, we're going to take our final break. It's not going to be very long, trust me. So I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to check and see what sort of comments are there. I'll get those in a second. Again, this is Frederick L Saturday AM. If you are new, and it looks like many of you are, because Jesus, we've got quite a few viewers here. So if you're new, let me just stop and tell you guys a little bit about who we are. My name is Frederick Jones. I was a video game executive for a number of years, handled licensing and marketing and all these various things for a lot of properties you guys are familiar with. And so a couple of years ago, or many years ago now, because I'm an old man, but more than a decade ago, I got really frustrated being the only African-American in a lot of these meetings. Frankly, being the only person of color. Typically, when I go into meetings, whether I was dealing with the Japanese or dealing with different entertainment companies in Hollywood and or the video game industry, it would be me and then several white men, maybe a couple of Asian men, and very few women, and certainly very few people of other ethnicities, Latin Americans, Asian Americans, like Indian American, like Indian or South Asian or whatever. So I wanted to start a company that would change that. And so I started Saturday AM. I started My Footprint Entertainment, and through that we created Saturday AM, which is our digitally diverse manga anthology. It's diverse on 2 big levels. And as you see in this video, we're hoping that it'll be diverse on 3 levels. First and foremost, it's diverse because we have creators of all ethnicities. Just show you here, just scroll down our website, you can see all the creators that we have here. You know, we have a very diverse mix of creative talent, and we're very impressed and happy and proud to feature so many characters, creators, and people of color from different countries as well. We have people from Hungary, from New Zealand, from all parts of Latin America, Mexico, down south, from Canada, from the US, from the UK, from South Africa, from Korea, you name it. Don't have any from Japan yet, though. And then likewise, we have characters who are diverse. So even though you see here characters who you may think aren't diverse, we have a Chinese character in Nuo from Neo World Zodiac. We have an African-American female character from one of our most popular series, which is Clock Striker. We have 2 Latin American characters, Turbino from Islanders, and Anthony, or Ant, as he's called, from My Side of America. He's the kid throwing the big energy batons at the top of the page there. He's Mexican-American. So again, we have, we really pride ourselves on that. We have a series called Better Off Ignorant, which features a Muslim-American character. So really, 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 really take diversity seriously. We have produced 61 issues, folks. So we're not some flash in the pan, wannabe manga creator. We produced 61 issues of content. You can buy our issues individually if you want to try us out for just $1.99, or you can pay now $5 for a year. That gets you 20 issues. Now we're going to be changing our subscription model because we're going to be going to a monthly model very, very soon, which will have more cool content built into it. But for now, if you want to get in on the action, $5, even if you don't rate our artists or you don't think that that we're great manga or that we should even call ourselves manga, which is ridiculous. But even if you have crazy ideas like that, I implore you to ask yourself, where else can you get comic content that you can discover and enjoy for $5? Can't do it through Marvel. Can't do it through DC. Can't do it through Image. Not going to do it through really any place. In the places that you get it for free, well, you're going to be looking at a whole lot of ads. So again, $5 a year, best deal in comics, hands down. And again, you can get the issues individually from there. We also do a lot of other things. We've got a very active and thriving marketplace. If you guys want to support independent creators, obviously subscribe to Saturday AM, support our projects. But beyond that, support our t-shirts. We have some great apparel. We have some fantastic designs. You can see here Must Save America, Apple Black, Spoon, some great logo tees featuring some of our big series and featuring, of course, our original brand. We're going to be expanding this soon to include more titles from places that aren't necessarily Saturday AM. And then we got graphic tees. You got some really amazing images here. Here's a fantastic Clock Striker t-shirt here, for example, that features the cast of characters from Clock Striker. It's just $20. All of our shirts are just $20, unless you get a different color and or size. But we try to keep things priced very aggressively. And just look at that. It's some beautiful artwork, beautiful design. And you can get that featuring Shonen Manga's first Black female lead character, period. You can get that created by me and a fantastic artist named Rexy for just $20. And you can get more Clock Striker t-shirts, Bully Eater, Saigami, Islanders, Must Save America. There's another great t-shirt here, I Make Manga. I make manga, and the tagline is that I'm not even Japanese. Yeah, you want that t-shirt, folks. So anyways, yeah, you can support us in so many different ways, and this is one way, of course. So again, subscribe to Digital Magazine, or you can do different plans of that. We have a monthly model coming soon. We also have our most popular series collected in book format. And folks, this year, Apple Black Volume 2, Saigami Volume 2, Clock Striker Volume 1. So this is a big year for us with great content you can get. And that is pretty much everything I want to talk about. We've got one big announcement that I'll be giving at the end of this event. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be talking about an up-and-coming event that you don't want to miss if you are a comic fan, if you are an up-and-coming artist, or if you just love technology. I'll talk all about that in a second. It'll be the first time we officially talked about it outside of PILOT Manga. You will want to be a part of this, trust me. So I'm going to take it back to the homepage. I'm going to take just a minute here, so bear with me for just a minute as I sip on some coffee, and we'll be back to wrapping up our test flight where we were looking to review and discover and critique some of the hottest new manga out there. All right, folks, we are just about to get right back at it. Again, this is Frederick Jones, and I want to say real quickly that I am really, I gotta say, I am so happy. Proud is probably not the best word, but I'm really happy to see so many of you guys communicate with each other in the live chat. You guys know I'm very blunt, but I think sometimes people get it twisted and think that that I'm crabby or that I'm anti things. I'm not. The idea of community and having young creators being able to communicate with each other and share ideas and share excitement, that's what this is all about. And particularly when it's open, when no one feels out of place because of their age, their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their nationality, their location. That there are a few things that I've seen today with these test flights that make me as excited as just seeing you guys communicate with each other in the live chat. That is really cool. That is really cool. So anyway, all right. So let's moving on. Let's wrap this baby up, and let's get on to that big news I want to reveal at the end of the event. Okay, next up is Vinnie Sandins. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this comic is called Minute Men, or The Minute Men. My apologies, The Minute Men. And the first thing you see here is an ad, and this is a very effective ad. This wasn't as good as Dangerous Fall, but it was effective, I thought. It doesn't scream, read the comic, but it does capture the general idea. Fight for freedom, join the Minutemen. Of course, it's got that famous Uncle Sam. Then we get the Minutemen image here, which is a very strong image. I'm not a fan when people use a Saturday AM logo just because, again, it's not Saturday AM title. We haven't approved it to be one. So I'm not a fan of that, but I understand the excitement level gets people. Of course, it's a very striking image. It's the sort of image we've seen before in many cases. Certainly, this is an image that you've certainly seen before in Red Dead Revolver. It has this exact same shot. So I don't know if he was copying that image or just found inspiration in that with other images that are similar, because this is a very popular image style where the character is kind of pointing the gun directly at you in that particular pose. So I'm not going to say he copied that from Red Dead Revolver, but certainly you've seen that image before. Let's see, genre is action adventure / historical fiction, and the pitch is Turn meets Assassin's Creed. Okay, Turn meets Assassin's Creed. So guess what? I'm already down. All right, so let's see what the overall comic here is. So of course we get the comic concept here is a dawn of 1776. The American Revolution is afoot. The American colonies fight against the British Empire's tyrannical rule, and many foresee as the British armies continue their ruthless onslaught. The Minutemen, a militia of men and women of all creeds and backgrounds, join the fray as spies and saboteurs, working in the background to turn the tide of battle in favor of the colonies. Shay Callan, a former slave, joins them in their fight to bring freedom to the people of the American colonies while facing many challenges that will test his resolve. So we start off here, we got a great shot of what looks like a little farmhouse, whatever. Of course, we hear the cracks of the whip, and we get very tough scene to see if you are a person of color, someone being whipped. We have the character having this inner monologue. I'm not a big fan of the dialogue, and I hate the lettering. Lettering is so important, folks. And we're going to be talking about this actually at the end of this thing. So never mind. I'll get to that later. I'll make my rant about lettering later. But anyway, so this is this character. He's running, and then eventually we end up years later with him discussing the fact that he has escaped, and he has since become, as we find out, a Minuteman. And his task now is to subvert and serve as resistance towards the slavery, slave owners, and kind of states' right folks and so forth. So we get just basically an action sequence here. It's a little tight to kind of see here. I'd make it full screen, but one time I tried to do it, it messed up when I was doing it for myself, but we'll see if it does that now. So I'll go back here. We see here, because it's the way the image is cut here is a little weird. You can see here, this is a very weird panel here with the close-up of the brother here in the middle. It doesn't fill up the whole section, so, and there's not enough space around it for it to really breathe. So it's kind of a weird layout. It shows the limitations of the artist at this point, although this artist has done stuff pretty well here so far. So anyways, Shay ends up interacting with these two people who are guarding this farm that's got a bunch of ammunition, and so they set it afire, and then they have to deal with another guy here, which I couldn't tell if it was black or white, to be honest with you. I assume he's white. But anyways, long story short, they have to deal with him. The female partner gets clipped by the guy, the farm owner who's shooting him, and so Shay, of course, has his revenge, and the scene ends with him and the white chick walking away. It's a polite way to say that, white chick. That's me. It's called me being tired this morning. The Caucasian lady. So, anyways, design for Shay Cow, the main character. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, I'm African American, and I'm a storyteller, and I'm into publishing stuff. And look, this is artist. This is a great artist. I think he's got some talent. I think he has to mature tremendously. Do I think the concept was badass? Absolutely. I thought this, as I said at the very beginning, do I see this concept working? You better fucking believe it. You better fucking believe it. I mean, this is the world we live in today, folks. And the idea of an Assassin's Creed type thing taking place in the American Revolution with actual interracial cast of characters, multi-ethnic characters. How fucking cool is that? I mean, how cool is that? On horseback and using really cool weapons and so forth. The Minutemen emblem, which are these two kind of like scythes kind of put together. Yeah, I was on board. I didn't think I would be. I saw the image initially and I thought, okay. I was on board, man. I was totally on board. I thought this thing rocked. Again, the toughest part of this is the art, without question. The toughest part of this is the fact the artwork is not as strong as you would want it to be because the concept is. Likewise, there were some elements with the storytelling that wasn't perfect. We basically had a basic scene, but you know what? This did exactly what I've criticized so many of the, even the test fights I liked in this episode. This did what so many of them didn't do. This told you in the comic pages he submitted exactly, without question, what this comic would be like. There was no like, we're going to show you something, but it's not, it's not really this, because because it makes you like Rat Race. Rat Race, look, we know it's going to be about characters having to survive, but this was just like carnage for no reason. We don't get any real reason why they're killing each other like this. There's nothing that tells what it gives us a hint to the base of the story. It's just, hey, I'm going to give you, this idea is about characters trapped in a strange place and they fight each other and kill each other. Bam, there you go. That was it. Even the title that we universally liked, Dangerous File, we get the setup, and which is a little bothersome. I made a note about this that again, we don't like test flights being ads. These are not ads. These are people who are legitimately, or should be people who are legitimately trying to submit this to us. That and Spirit Blood, both Dangerous File and Spirit Blood to me, kind of were like, hey, we've actually already got the whole pilot chapter done, but we're just gonna give you a little, since you said 10 pages, we're gonna give you 10 pages or 15 pages. Here you go. And that's it. And it's like, no, I actually want to, I want to see what the story would be like. We love Dangerous File, but Dangerous File tells us the setup for the story. The comic does not actually show us what the story would be like. Once he gets to the island, what's it gonna be like? Like, give me an episode on the island so I know exactly what I'm dealing with, how cool this will be, how bizarre this will be, how tense this will be, how grotesque this will be. All we just got were basic ideas of this character and the setup for the story. Same thing with Spirit Blood. We got the setup. We know that she's supposed to become an assassin, so we got a very rushed setup in that case. So it was less successful in execution than Dangerous File by far. But this is an example that while the execution has issues in terms of some of the dialogue and in terms of the artwork, without question, this right here shows you exactly what the series will be like. And if you're on board with seeing revolutionary era interracial cast of characters who are trained, skilled fighters and assassins who are taking on tasks of trying to take down examples of white supremacy and states' rights. If you are into that concept, then you're into this book. And The comic strip showed that to you exactly. It didn't pull any punches. It made it very clear who the character was. It made it very clear what the character does. It made it very clear how the character fights. Bam, bam, bam. So this was a slam dunk for me. Not everyone felt the same way, so perhaps it is an African American thing. I don't know. Jaime Molina says, story. Simple and to the point, has a fantastic premise and room for a lot of drama due to the main character and the period it is set in. Note, the Lydia Fry shares the same name as a character from Assassin's Creed franchise that he references in his pitch. May want to rename her to avoid any future issues. I didn't notice that because I'm not a fan of Assassin's Creed. I know what it is, but I've never played it. But yeah, so that's that. He says the cover is plagiarized from Red Dead Redemption. That's right. Lydia Fry character design seems plagiarized from Assassin's Creed Unity character Elise de la Serra. So again, problems. Decent artwork. At times, certain panels look stretched and certain gradient choices clash with the art style. Totally agree. I would have said yes to the story, but the concerns of plagiarism being a potential in the future with this artist and author makes me say no. So interesting aspect there. I knew Jaime felt that there was a lot of plagiarism going on here. I know Vinny has had these issues before with a comic he did about a blind, I think it's called Deadeye. It's about a blind baseball player, which was a manga title as well. So I don't know, Vinny, if this is an issue, but that's unfortunate if that's the case, because, you know, both concepts were great. But if it turns out that both concepts were great because they were already been done before, then that really is unfortunate. Philip Bowie says, interesting concept to attempt to capture the time period chosen. Not a lot of comics cover this period. Fully capture what was written. Difficulty with legitimacy of certain areas. Artwork. Cover is plagiarized from Red Dead Redemption video game. A lot of editing, then drawing brings up concerns of legitimacy. Some artwork in panels look like they were stretched or squeezed in. Text within speech bubbles should be given attention. Characters and designs are consistent. Nice work with the shadows. So we get to the art grade. Jaime gives art grade 6 out of 10. Philip gives art grade 4 out of 10. I'm in the middle. I think it's a 5 out of 10. This is a fantastic turnaround. Again, we don't see the left side or the right side, but the look of this is fantastic. Now, again, I don't know Assassin's Creed, so for all I know, this is plagiarized, but yeah, since everything else appears to be, but I did like the character design a great deal. But again, there were problems with the artwork and the stretching and the editing, as Philip put it. That was noticeable to me too. Like there's stuff here that just doesn't look right. Like this image right here doesn't look right. Obviously, he drew it. Someone drew it, but it doesn't. You know, there are things here just don't like. Some of these images, they look photocopied or something. There's something about the way the artwork looks stretched and pulled, which just isn't natural. It's not a natural look to it. I don't know if that's an artistic style. I don't know if he's working in a particular way to do it. I don't know. But some of the stuff just looks very awkward. Like this page right here is what really threw me off. Like I said, this middle panel here, like this stuff just looks weird and stretched. And it's just, there's something going on with the art. I don't know what it is. Maybe Vinny can explain it to us in the future. But there's some stuff going on here that's not quite right. But nonetheless, though, there was some decent stuff here. I give it 5 out of 10 because that turnaround was great. And even then, I mean, there's some elements here that work very, very well. There's quite a few elements that don't, but there's a lot of elements that do. And so from that perspective, I give it a bit of a pass here. But again, my issues are the same. In terms of concept grade, I'm 10 out of 10. I think, look, if you stole the idea, I think that why no one has made a comic like that is beyond me. It's beyond me totally. I think it's wide open to make a great comic. And particularly in the world we live in today is fantastic. So there you go. 10 out of 10 for me. 8 out of 10 for Jaime. Philip gives it a 5 out of 10. Does it continue as a series? Jaime says no, but he has a star next to it, suggesting that he likes this, but he's concerned about the plagiarism. Phil says no, and I'm with Jaime. I'm a no, a cautious no on this. We're going to leave this to you guys to vote on, and perhaps knowing how good you guys are at these things, you can dig into it and see if this whole thing is plagiarized. Because again, I don't know, but I am concerned that there's some troubling aspects of the art. I am concerned that there are things here that are clearly ripped off in some late cases. So there you go. And I'm actually reading the things here. That sounds like So like some people do think it had some plagiarism to it. So I don't know. I have the slightest idea. If it is, I don't know, but you know, we get to find out from there. So there you go. All right, let's move on to one of our last, I think two. I believe it's our last two. Get to Robert Burnham's. That's right, Robert Burnham's. Okay. His comic is called Crimson and Black, and some really beautiful art here with this stuff. I'm going to take it full screen for you guys. But there's some really beautiful stuff here. It pixelates a little bit, though. I was going to ask Robert about that because I tried to present it in some ads that we did, and I noticed it did some pixelation. You can see some of that here where the Crimson and Black is, but it is, I mean, it's really gorgeous. And I've been a fan of Robert Burnham's in our group for some time. He's really quite extraordinary artist. I really liked his stuff. I've long wanted to see him. We've got some people who are really talented. We've wanted to see for a long time. Kudos to Robert Burns for doing it, because there are a lot of other artists in PILOT Manga, some that we've kicked out recently, like Alan Ventura, who are really talented, but they were just in it to try to get people to check out their Kickstarters or other stuff, and then also and lied about it. So I have issues with those things, but this is great stuff, and he's been in the group for a long time, and I was just so happy to see that he actually followed through with it. I was really happy about that. So picture is Assassin's Creed meets 91 Days. He does qualify as Assassin's Creed 2 meets 91 Days. So I'm going to read. He of course doesn't do what I asked him to do and provide us a synopsis. So he just gives us a first chapter deal. So I'm going to read first why the series needs to happen, and I'll read a little bit of what happens in the first chapter. He says this series needs to happen for what it represents and can provide. For myself, it's a milestone toward my goals and the chance to see what I love to provide for my family. For readers, it's an entertaining escape to another world that they can share with others. For the next generation of creators, I hope it would give off a sense of wonder and awe, with that, a spark of creativity to fuel that fire to create or build something that they can be proud of. So wasn't getting exactly what I needed to find, but that's all good. Basically, the series will follow Cain Ramsey on his travels to stop the plot of the Lord of Lies. He will cross paths with and make new friends that will help him face his opposition. He will find that his exploits have made enemies of some dangerous individuals, and with each one he makes with each new enemy he makes, he is drawn further into a web of death and revenge. He will discover new races and cultures while witnessing the recreation of old societies. The road for the series is long and difficult, but all will end in Crimson and Black. Folks, please write a synopsis. I can't say this enough. Think about if this was a book and you were going to present this. If someone picked up your book at a bookstore, they got two choices. They're going to flip through it, which they're going to do anyway, see if your artwork's good, and Robert Burnham is solid in that case. But then they're going to flip to the back of the book, the very back of the book. And in the back of the book, you've got at best 2 paragraphs to sell people on why they should read this book, right? That's true of any novel. That's true of any graphic novel, okay? That's all I'm asking for, guys. That's all I'm asking for. Because when you do stuff like this, like I don't want to hear the cutesy, I'm doing this, to affect the change in how society operates. Like, Jesus Christ. You're a first-time creator. Just tell me what the story is about. It's about a guy who, he's again, I've tried reading it several times. And I can't even tell you what it's about. Here's the first chapter, as best I can tell from what he's written here. Cain, the last of the house of Ramsey, has narrowed his vision in his quarry, the Lord of Lies. So he's after a guy named Lord of Lies. Having followed Coronus, the raven carrier, to another of Ramsey's old contacts, he sees that the liar has been invited into the estate home of Lord Viety. Too often the path of the Lord of Lies leads to bloodshed, so Cain prepares his body and his mind in a nearby inn and tavern for the task ahead. Having scheduled an audience with Lord Viety, Cain plans to request assistance and aid in capturing the Lord of Lies. When he is instead unjustly apprehended by Lord Viety, He is visited by an old face that haunts him. He is released and thrown out later that evening and told not to return. However, nothing will stop the Raven Lord from assuring the success of his mission. Folks, just want a basic, like, this is who his character is, this is what he does, this is what this world is like. Here, yeah, there you go. So, all right, let's get cracking here. So you can see here again, actually, I see already that this is going to do this. So I'm going to just keep it here. I apologize. I know it's smaller, but it pixelates dramatically when I blow it up. And that's just the nature of Dropbox and sometimes how some of the artwork exists. So my apologies with that. Oh, wow. Wow, that was awesome. All right, just totally got that, withdrew that somehow. Oh, crap. All right, folks, sorry about that. We have to do a little pause action here. Sorry about that. I evidently got rid of the window here, so my apologies. So bear with me just a moment. I'll be right. I have to bring the screen right back up. I'm sorry about that. Good Lord. That's how tired I am. Okay, and we are back. I do apologize for that. I'm very, very sorry about that. Again, that's the level of amazing technology at my disposal, folks. Okay, there we go. So we're back. Hopefully we didn't lose too many folks here. Looks like we just lost about 3 people. They weren't fans to begin with. All right, so there we go, guys. All right, so you guys see here, we got the, everyone's looking at the screen good. All right, so so here, you know, again, you know, I'm not going to read the whole comic, but you guys can see just the absolute beauty of Robert Burnham's artwork. I mean, this is just, God knows, some good stuff. Oh my goodness, this is really, really good stuff. I don't think you guys even have to question what we thought of the art and things like that. Dialogue is decent. Again, I think just like the stuff I just read, which is always a precursor to me, the written part is, if you're trying to say big things and it's coming across kind of awkward, then chances are the dialogue in your comic is going to be the same way. And it's kind of like that. But this is a fantasy world, and this is a world. I don't even know if this is Earth. So therefore, you know, some of the dialogue is as odd as it is works. Anyway, we get the the main character, Kane. He is basically dressed, and he's gonna try to take on his activities here. He's got against the Lord Laws. So we get some more stuff here with these characters. I never quite understood the mask thing. That wasn't explained. So like I say again, I just wish that Subnosis would exist, that would just treat this as it should be. So basically, that's it, folks. It's just these 2 big moments of these characters talking and so forth. All will end in Crimson and Black. And so that is the story that we've got there. Beautiful art. Unbelievably beautiful art. Okay, so let's get into this bad boy. Let's talk about this bad boy. Let me start with Jaime Molina, creator of Paradise Down. I don't quite understand the story, if I can be completely honest. It suffers from a lot of what the earlier entries were plagued with as well, which was prioritizing the history background of the character and world rather than the plot itself. The artistic talent here is there, and I feel with the right editor, they can trim down the fat on this thing and make the story more digestible for the reader. And it could become a hit with Saturday PM with the right vision. All right, Great artwork, lots of variety in both the panel shots and character design as well. I recommend using some screen tones more often on certain parts of the landscape background shots in order to break up how much white space there is. It tends to make certain panels hard to understand to the reader. In essence, page 2, last panel. And I know exactly what he's talking about. I want to show it to you guys so you guys can see for your own edification. But here we are with page 2. And so again, you got all this white space, such little toning and perspective that essentially, even though this is a beautiful piece of artwork, oh my God, as an artist, it reminded me. I was trying to tell one of my co-founders the other day about this. It reminds me of an artist I grew up reading, not Tim Truman, but someone like Tim Truman. But oh my God, it's so similar. But yeah, but he did this too, where the artwork is so beautiful, and he doesn't put as much texture into the artwork, and so it's just this white space just goes off. The difference was that this guy was worked for Marvel and DC, so they would ink his stuff. It got inked and colored. But this, it's just, I don't know where the stuff is here. So I couldn't agree with Jaime more on that point about the art. So then we go to Philip Bowie, co-creator of Matchmaker. He says, fascinating idea to play on Lord of the Flies. I don't quite know if Philip has got it correct, but anyways. Plot was not captured in the pages, difficulty grasping the story without the plot outline. If storytelling was refined in the pages, he'd be interested to see where this goes. On the art side, he goes, great use of angles and dynamic shots, consistent with character designs, needs more balance with the tones and whites. Some pages are well-toned while others are not. Artwork is great. Anatomy and positioning is not too far off. I didn't see anywhere with artwork where in fact, there's only one page I saw where I thought, yes, the anatomy was slightly off. And that's only because of what he was trying to do. It's a page where the guy jumps off like a roof or a fence or something like that. That was the worst thing I saw here artistically, and that's just because it was staged in a very awkward way. Right here, page 10, right here at the bottom. He hops off here. Again, having no real toning and no real perspective given the first part of this page and the next panel of the page, because there's no real depth here given. And we talked about how Robert suffers from a use of when to properly use his blacks and provide proper toning. Him jumping off here, I don't know what he's jumping off. I have the slightest idea. I don't know if he's jumping off a huge distance. So that even capturing it from that angle is a really bizarre choice, because it's like, why focus on his feet there? Like, none of that makes sense. But that's the worst thing I saw here. If that's the worst thing I saw, then Jesus. This guy's great. Storytelling and transitions flow nicely. So again, as far as art goes, look, for me, 10 out of 10 on the art. I mean, I think this is better than what we saw with Jack Sherwin in a lot of ways. For one reason, because it's so bizarre, and he still makes the bizarre work. I mean, Jack Cowan's stuff is very straightforward and beautiful and refined. This is less refined. This is a bit more messy, but it's still superior art. So I would give the slight edge here, I guess, to that. I mean, to me, they're both very damn good. The best stuff in this test flight. Both Jaime and Philip give it both 8 out of 10s, and so on the concept grade, this would also have stars to it, because Philip and Jaime both gave it a 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10 respectively. For me, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I think this probably could be higher, but the lack of a synopsis and a lack of really explaining anything in the pages, really very little is explained. We have characters talking, and we have some notion about what their mission is, but we don't understand why. We don't understand who these characters are. We don't understand how they operate, what they do, hints of their character. Like, none of that's there. And so, for me, conceptually, because it just the Robert talking these very kind of flowing tones, for me, yeah, conceptually, I guess a 3 out of 10, and that's being generous. But if I knew what this was about, it could even be 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10. I mean, I have no idea what this is about. Do we think it can continue the series? Again, I have caveats. Jaime and Philip, ironically, even though they're like, I don't understand what the hell I just read, they're like, yes, it should be a series. That to me is extremely juvenile thinking. If you don't know what this is, and it can't be a series. But I will say, yes, this definitely is something that should go to our editors, that should be put in a position where it goes to our editors and can be looked at and discussed, because we do think this has a real serious potential to it. Without question, this has serious potential to it. So very very powerful entry. I can't say strong exactly. I can say interesting, without question. All right, let's wrap this bad boy up. The last one is a guy that I'm a fan of his stuff. He does his stuff. He does his own things, and he's from what I can tell, I don't know him. I've never met him really, but he always struck me as a very genuine guy, and seems like a nice guy. He and I don't certainly agree on politics all the time. I'm very progressive in my thoughts, and he is thinks that there is a similarity between Democrats and Republicans. And folks, if you think that after what you've seen with Donald Trump, then you got issues. But there's no way we would have been in a worse position with Hillary Clinton as president. But that's my politic talk for now. I'll just say that I'm a big fan of Jeff Duvall's, aka Frey, and so he's got a comic called Ghoul's Core, which I remember I was telling someone the other day that to me, best name that we've had today, because it's so simple. It's so simple. Like, it's just bam, Ghoul Core. Get it. Totally get it. Makes sense. I'm on board. Just the name alone, I'm on board with it. So let us get into Ghoul Core. Give me a second. Prep you guys with the proper art. And then we'll make a special announcement. And then we will conclude with the winner and next steps and go from there. Ghoul Core. Tokyo Ghoul meets Dead Man Wonderland. The story of Ghoul's Core takes place on the island of Hell. Here, prisoners are able to redeem themselves through various activities in order to lower their sin meter. If they are able to lower their sin meter under 25%, they will be able to get back to the mainland, which is purgatory. So this is an interesting idea, because this is taking something that we all know or have thought about in the sense of heaven and hell and purgatory and limbo and all that stuff, and he's putting a spin on it in the context of these particular people. So basically, Jin is the main character. He's coming to the island of Hell because he's got to start his training to become a Geist Academy agent. The agents are people who supervise and help run the island. So that's a basic setup for Ghoul's Core. You can see here the main turnaround of Jin Clark. He's a funky looking black dude with green hair. And you know what? I'm on board with this. I'm totally on board with this because I just thought it was so different and so weird and so cool. And Jeff's artwork to me has oh crap, I forget the name of that band. Is it the Monkees or the Gorillas? The Gorillas, Jamie Hewlett and those guys. I think that's it's got a real style to it. So anyways, so again, when I obviously read the comic, you guys will be able to do that in upcoming issue 63, which will come out in about 3.5 weeks. But anyways, you can see here, this is a depiction of the island of Hell, and we have Jin, who's on a boat heading there. Of course, he comes out. I did, again, being first-time creators, a lot of these cases, again, Jeffrey's created his own webcomics for years, or for quite a while, but having good dialogue is one thing. Having humor is another thing. I did love this line here. Okay, everyone, look alive. Of course, these are people who are, I assume, in the afterlife. Again, Jeff's artwork is unique. It's kind of a Sam Keith, kind of Kyle Baker. This is heavy on the use of blacks. The characters are highly stylized. These are not. This is not your traditional kind of jump up and down sort of art. This is artwork for people who love good art. This is just unique art, and so I love that panel. I thought it was such a cool panel. They're walking, and he chooses to present them as silhouettes, and the debris and rooms of the island are set up in this look. I really like that. It's really, really cool. Anyways, again, basically the characters all are making their way there, and of course, we see that there's dead bodies and so forth flying all around because it's on the Hell, and so then we get this sort of monstrous character that comes at these guys, and we see that they get stopped by one of the Ghoul Corps. I think he's called Geist Academy. What's it called? Geist Academy group, and so we get a little sense of action here. And then we find out that one of the characters ends up getting just obliterated. So one of the ghouls remembers his brother. The guy just got killed. And that was it. Actually, I was trying to find that image here. And you get this really cool cover image here for Ghoul Core. So again, can't say 100% what the because of the story is, but I do very much like the setup of this. It's very, very cool. This is a pretty unique idea. And again, the artwork is something I'm a big fan of with Jeffrey Duvall, because it's different. It's got a real unique flow to it. So let's see here. Get right down to the concepts here. Story. Jaime Molina, love the premise. Definitely lots of avenues for different stories and drama to be told from it. Story succeeded at eliciting reaction out of me, especially on page 9 when we have the death with the brother and the ghoul brother dies. Strong and clear storytelling. Art, great use of toning, fantastic character design in regards to the ghoul, felt grotesque. Proportions were off for the human characters, and at times the action scenes were hard to decipher. Not a conventional art style, but if we look at other comic books in the same genre, i.e. Attack on Titan, it doesn't mean it can't succeed. Phil Bowie says, I love how the story flowed. Simple, straight to the point, ghoul, zombie as survival, lots of room for character development, storytelling. Artwork looks great, so much going on all at once. Makes it difficult to differentiate certain contents and panels. Proportions were off in tighter panels. Flow was awkward at times, lots of skipping around. Artwork conveyed a lot of strong emotions. My thought on that as well is that I thought in terms of presenting what the story should be like, what the concept is about, I thought much like the potentially plagiarized story from Vinnie Sandens called Minutemen, I thought this was hands down the best. This just, I mean, this made abundantly clear what this comic was about, without question. And we got emotional depth, we got some humor, we got some tension. This was great. It's different, and it's another thing too. This was totally different. There's nothing like this. This was not like, again, Minutemen clearly it looks like it may have plagiarized some stuff, but from the other titles that are there, they all had instances where they're trying to bite off of different things. Again, Jojo's Bizarre Adventure or Summoning Creatures is definitely the point of Spirit Blood, and all the series. Rat Race clearly is biting off Battle Royale and some of these titles where characters are trapped in these kind of worlds. But Ghoul Core, like there's nothing like Ghoul Core. Like there's nothing. This was completely its own thing, and I think that's hands down to be respected. Art-wise, Jaime gives it a 5 out of 10. Phil gives it a 4 out of 10. I think that's, I think that they're both together being a bit too harsh. I think if you know art, if you've witnessed other artists, and I'm talking over decades, Peter Baggies, the Stan Sakai's, the Fred Hembecks. I mean, again, I'm dating myself here, guys, but comic artists who are successful run the gamut of styles. And you know that if you've actually lived long enough to read lots of different types of work. Jeff Duvall is clearly an accomplished artist. And in some ways, while his artwork may not be have the sort of romanticism of Robert Durham, or have the sheer just out and out sophistication of Colin Sherwin, without question, one of the strongest artists in this group, without question, one of the most assured and accomplished artists in this section. So for me, it's a 7 out of 10. I think, all the stuff that if he's trying to do, he does. Yes, there's some proportional issues, but again, that's the style of his art. Yes, some of the action scenes are hard to understand, and that's a fault of his. But the confidence in which he's doing his stuff, and the ability for him to evoke emotion and humor out of you, that's no one else provided that at all. On the concept side, Jaime gives it an 8 out of 10. Phil gives it a 7 out of 10. And I'm right in the same boat. I give it an 8 out of 10. I think, again, I see all the possibilities for this. I enjoyed what I read. Hands down, I thought it was one of the best entries in this contest. Again, room for it to get a little deeper than what it did. Room for us to get a bit more in the head of Jen, the main character. Those weren't evident there. So again, it's fact, the tragedy comes from characters who aren't the main character. And so that's very good storytelling. But again, I want to see the main character. So should this continue a series? Everyone says yes, hands down. This is quality work that deserves to be seen, and so we hope that that could be the case. So, all right. So that's where we are right now. I'm going to take a pause, and we're going to do two things. I'm going to talk about the project that we announced in Pilot Manga. I'm sure most of the people on this chat have seen it, but there will be hundreds more who will see this, maybe even thousands more who will see this next couple of days. And if it works the way it normally does for us. And so in that context, I want to talk about what those properties are, what the next big promotion we're going to be working on, our next big content we're working on is. And then I'm also going to address some of the comments, questions in the test flight live chat video that were there. And that's it. And then we'll talk about next steps and who wanted next steps for these creators. So let's go to our announcement. So guys, we have been doing these test flights for some time. We are going to cease doing the test flights for quite some time. We'll come back to it at some point by the end of 2017. So it may be the summertime we do the next test flight. But we're going to also be changing Pilot Manga. So Pilot Manga will be officially coming to an end. We will relaunch it at some point in the future. I believe it'll be this year, but I'm not sure. But we have visions, the ultimate vision of what this should be like. And we want to have it be that. So for those of you who don't know, Pilot Manga is a section on our website. It's a community that exists on Facebook. It's private. And the entire reason for its existence is that when we started Saturday AM, we got inundated with talented creators from around the world who wanted to join Saturday AM. They would send us whole plots, and we just didn't have time to read this stuff. And so, I mean, you can see right now, we did a very comprehensive yet brief, because we got through like 10 or 11 of these things, and it took 3.5 hours. We don't have the time to sit down with someone's 50-page comic book and try to read it and then say, oh yeah, we can work with this guy. We want to know about the creators. And so we created Pilot Manga to be the community that can service that. And you can reach Pilot Manga on our profile page here. This will still be here. We'll still have the Pilot Manga page up, and we'll still have things that we're doing with it. But the fact of the matter is that Pilot Manga, as it currently exists, is just too difficult to manage. We have over 400 members. We have people who are trying to join it every day. We had 6 people trying to join today. They're added to a list of nearly 150 people who are on the waiting list. We just can't manage all those folks. And frankly, we have people joining it who don't know about Saturday AM, so there's no point in being a part of a submissions group to Saturday AM if you don't know about Saturday AM. We also have people joining it, as I mentioned before, with Alan Ventura and others, who join it, whose sole purpose in being there is to either try to find an artist that they can then try to use for their own purposes, which is perfectly fine, but that's not the point of our group. There are other groups where you can do that. And or they're there to try to advertise their comic. That's not where our group exists. If you want to advertise, folks, we're in business. We've got creators to try to support. I find it hilarious that there will be people who will whine about, they were willing to initially publish my comic, but they weren't willing to pay me anything initially. Because we don't know you, and you haven't proven yourself. This is your first piece of work. We don't know who you are. But we do pay our creators. Quite a few of our creators are getting paid. So it's it's astonishing when we see these kind of debates, and yet these same people don't subscribe to Saturday AM, don't support Saturday AM, and they want to use our group to try to promote their own comic book. We have no problem promoting comics. There are comics out there that we've seen that we do articles about in our magazine, like Instagram Discoveries. Soul Beat is a comic that we to this day laugh about. Like, we gotta see Soul Beat. We just love the visuals of it. We love the young woman behind it. We think she's extremely talented. So we want to see Soul Beat. We'll promote that thing all day long, whether we publish it or not. So I mean, of course, we promote things all the time. But if you believe in your work and you don't believe in us, then at the very least, advertise with us. Don't waste our time being in our group, disrupting the kids who are sincere about working with Saturday AM. Also that you can try to, get free advertising. That's just such a cheesy way to exist and to treat the efforts of the men and women of Saturday AM who sacrifice great deals to do this stuff. That's just not the way to do that. So Pilot Manga will be coming to an end. It will still be active on our website, but we're going out with a bang. Last year, we did something called March Art Madness. This was a special contest that we did that brought together so many just fantastic young creators who produced including Tyler DeBerry, who did really well in this contest. But March Art Madness basically was a weekly kind of shootout. We'd give a theme, creators would participate, they'd produce artwork, and then people would be able to vote on that art, and then they eventually got paired off and had to go up against each other. And we had some amazing pieces of artwork that came from it, and I'm actually trying to get to the March Art Madness contest. Let's see if I can pull it up here. So you can see some of the fantastic artwork that was on display. The 4 artists who participated in it last year, it was very well received. We had fantastic exposure, and the artists got great exposure from it. But we gave away last year, for people who won it, we gave away $50. We gave away $50 for the people who won it. Now, we're doing it again in 2017. We have this year's March Art Madness contest. And this year's March Art Madness contest is huge. We are, man, I don't know why I can't put that March Art Madness thing. Let me see here. I got to type it in. This March Art Madness, folks, is, let's see if that's what pulls it up here. This March Art Madness this year is going to be bigger and better. 64 artists from around the world. We will have 5 rounds that culminate in the championship. And ladies and gentlemen, this year we're not giving away $50 for the grand prize. We're giving away a brand new iPad Pro from Apple, complete with Apple Pencil. And this is all courtesy of our latest and newest advertiser, which is PLSQ. They are a long time, over 10-year-old company devoted to creating apps for creating comics. Their latest app is called Comic Draw. We will be heavily promoting Comic Draw over the next several weeks. You'll see it within issues of Saturday AM. You'll see it on our website with a brand new feature that we'll have called Comic Life. And you'll see it in videos produced by the one and only White Manga. They will be officially supporting March Art Madness and providing us again with a free iPad Pro. Runners up each week will receive free apps. The Comic Draw app here is priced at $20 for your iPad. So you're getting a $20 value if you win one of the runner-up prizes. Of course, the grand prize winner will also get the app as well as the iPad Pro. You get, likewise, you'll get the other apps that they produce, which is such as Comic Life. Comic Life is an app that I use for Clock Striker, Must Cite of America, and Islanders. It's an excellent app for your iPad you can use, or your desktop, either Windows or PC, that you can use to edit and professionally letter your comics. So if you dig Clock Striker, if you like the way Clock Striker looks, and who the hell doesn't, then folks, you can definitely use Comic Life to improve your own work. Now you can see here the level of talent that we had. There's a Final Four artists here: Samuel Gata, Jose Rodriguez, Miles O'Brien, who eventually went on to win, and Tyler DeBerry. These are the Final Four artists. And these are all the artists that came before them. Look at all this beautiful, beautiful, really interesting, really fun, really unique pieces of artwork, folks. Look at this. If you want to win a free iPad, if you want to have some real opportunities to, I love this piece from Samuel Gata, the Attack on Titan Spanish thing. Love it. Love it. Jao Lovato disappeared, but look at that Sakura. Look at that Sakura. That's gorgeous. Folks, if you want to compete and have a chance to win a free iPad Pro and win several other prizes, March Art Madness kicks off March 1st. We will have the official sign-up form for creators beginning this coming Monday. All you have to do is put your information in there. We will contact you, and if things go correctly, then you will be one of the 64 entries. It's going to be first come, first serve. We're going to be doing some due diligence as well to make sure that we're getting people who are serious about this and aren't going to just drop out after the first week if they survive, because you do have to really be into this. It doesn't matter if you're the best artist in the world. Trust me, it's all about the creativity of your art. You don't have to produce stuff in color. You can do stuff in black and white, but it's all about your talent your creativity, and your passion. And if that comes through in your art, folks, and pro. All right, so that is the big news. March Art Madness 2017 kicks off, and I'm so excited for this. I'm excited for Saturday AM, our first big advertiser. I'm excited for all you guys because, of course, if we land an advertiser, it means that you guys are going to land a lot of cool, fun stuff, not just ads, but a lot of cool, informative, comprehensive, cool stuff. All right, so that is some of the big announcements we had. March Art Madness, talking about PILOT Manga. So now let's get to the thing at hand here. So to recap here, we had quite a few entries today. These are from very talented creators. Traditionally, what we do with these test flights is that we try to get in and basically, if we select someone or people as winners, then of course they get a prize, and the prizes aren't anything too dramatic, folks, because we're not that funded yet. Please continue subscribing to us, get people to subscribe to us, and hopefully we get more advertisers in. Eventually, we will have that sort of revenue. We can invest in these types of experiences like test flights. But our main objective for this test flight was to discover talent for Saturday PM, which is a digital magazine that we intend to launch hopefully this year that will consist of adult-oriented content. Doesn't mean adult as in sex. It means adult just in terms of mature themes, mature situations, and stories that have a unique flair and flow to them. I had a vision of art for it that was really high end. I mean, I had a vision of artists that were like Michelle Massarello, who's working with us, and White Manga. I mean, it had to be Rexy. It had to be level, like really high level stuff. But even frankly, bigger than them. People like I mean, crap. There's so many artists on the internet that you can try to point to. But I have to say, I think that in looking at this and having thoughts about it, I do think there's quite a few talent here that really could exist in that level. So first and foremost, let's talk about the creators who are going to appear in the magazine and will be in a position for you guys to vote on them for moving forward. Now, there's some challenges with that, and I want to be clear about that. There's some challenges with this because this was Saturday PM, and because some of the material did present things that were very violent and in some cases a bit too risque, and because Saturday AM is becoming so popular, thank God. It's a slippery slope. I don't want to present material to people that would be too extreme for what it is. So we're going to figure out some method to be able to involve some of the content within Saturday AM, and I will advise you guys how that will affect some of your pages going into the magazine. But nonetheless, we certainly will be giving readers a chance, and they really love this, a chance to vote on the titles, because our thoughts are ours, and we're very transparent. But at the same time, though, we're a business, and we want to see what you guys think. So what I can say right now is that the creators that we have on the list that we'd like to have in the magazines for people to look at and see what they thought. Ben Rhodes in his comic Indifference. That's not a title that, from our perspective, was something that we thought was a slam dunk. We thought the artwork and the story kind of checked out towards the end, but there's enough stuff there we think is worth looking at and worth discussing. So we definitely think Ben Rhodes, we'd like to see him in that position with the Indifference. Kuda Machikano, we thought as well. There's stuff there I personally liked a great deal. And again, being a publisher, having published titles like Spoon that do not have some of the best artwork out there. I'm not to say best, but the artwork is different. It's eclectic, and for me, I like that. But we certainly get people who are like, oh my God, you guys publish Spoon, you publish Apple Black, you publish Spoon. Like Apple Spoon doesn't deserve to be anywhere near Apple Black. Now, those people don't know what they're talking about. But nonetheless, though, I can't sit here and try to be politically correct and not acknowledge the elephant in the room that the artwork is a challenge for Spoon for some of our fan base. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother a lot of older readers, but for some of our younger readers who we definitely have, they can't get with that. I think Kuda kind of fits in that same mold for me. I'm totally on board with Kuda's artwork, even though it's not great. I think Kuda probably could be a hell of a storyteller if they chose to just write the series, but that's not my job to try to tell people what they should do, other than stuff that we're publishing that we've got real interest in. So, we're gonna let you guys check out that full series story and vote on it. I think Kuda's very talented. I think likewise. I think let's see here. I think Dylan Kiefer and Tyler DeBerry, same deal. I think their comic Spirit Blood, again, had significant problems, and it really has. I mean, it was on the fence not going for it. In fact, none of the other artists wanted to go for it. But Tyler DeBerry has been with us now for 3 tries. This is his 3rd try. I believe in his art. He was a really, really successful creator within the March Art Madness we just talked about a couple of years ago. So without question, I thought, you know what, you guys deserve a chance to look at his stuff and see what you think of Tyler DeBerry's work with Spirit Blood, and so that will most certainly have a shot for you guys to vote on it. The same will happen with Evan Adams, who did Helen. The comic is pretty straightforward. There's nothing too risque within there, and I thought it could be more. I thought it could have been stronger. I didn't think it was very strong with where he ultimately ended up going with it. But I think it could be strong, and I think you guys should have a chance to vote on that title. And then last but not least is Vinny Sandins. Vinny Sandins, who did Minutemen, which I fear is full of plagiarism, and I'm sure you guys will tell us if it is. Let's see here. Get my list here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so and that would be the case there. And then Quentin Harris was the other one. Quentin Harris liked Apolox. I can't pronounce the name of it a great deal. Liked it a lot. I thought it was a really strong title. We all thought it had real possibilities. So I think the challenge with it is that I don't really see the Saturday PM aspect to it really that much. And I think that his lack of really telling us what the story ultimately is, serves as a detractor to it. But his writing is dead on, and so, and I can see that title really being quite something in Saturday AM. I think if paired with an editor, and he was willing to listen to the editor, I think that could be something pretty significant, I believe. So, so that is that's that list that we've got there. Saturday PM, we are going to basically go forward Saturday PM. We've got a number of creators outside we've been talking with that we're going to be launching with. So in terms of creators that we think, yes, we think definitely hit the test of what Saturday PM could be, that doesn't mean they would necessarily get there, but it was Toby Whaley, Jack Sherwin, and Robert Burnhams Jr. Now, I want to say real quickly, and Jeff Duvall, sorry. I do want to say, as it relates to those guys, let me stop this. I know I'm all over the place, I'm tired. So as far as, look, we looked at Saturday PM, and didn't see, Jeff Duvall to us was Saturday AM title, and we thought the two kind of like people that we thought, if this were Saturday AM, would have won it, was Jeff Duvall and to some degree Quentin Harris, because we thought that Jeff's work was just dead on. I don't see anything in Jeff's work that makes it PM. I thought this was really strong art. I thought it was a strong story. I thought it was hands down fantastic. And so, we think that's the title that we would love to see within Saturday AM. As far as Quentin Harris goes, again, I think Quentin could have on his hands a Full Metal Alchemist type thing, which is Shonen all the way. But again, to get to that point, we got to look at some other things there, and so we'll see on that end if that's the case. But these two creators, we think, hands down Saturday AM. On the Saturday PM side, it came down to and Kaywin Sherwin and Robert Burnhams Jr. And I think without question for us, the runner-up in that case, or honorable mention, I guess, would be Toby Whaley. Rat Race, great name, great concept. We want to see if we can work with it. Have significant concerns about it. We'll see if we can work with it. And Robert Burnhams Jr. could have won this thing outright, but the plot just wasn't there. But easily, Kaywin Sherwin's the story concept, the execution of the concept, the dialogue, the characterizations, and the artwork were all pretty exceptional. Only thing that really for me made it a real question mark for it was the fact that I still don't know what the story would be like once they get to the island. Where I reconciled it in my vote was the fact that when you look at some of the artwork that he put together for the like he had some pinup illustrations, those actually demonstrated, sorry, my dog's barking there, but those demonstrated real quality and showed some real awesomeness on display there. So, look, this was great stuff. I loved all the entries. I thought there was really talented entries across the board. And I'm really, really impressed. I got to tell you guys, I'm so just impressed with what everyone did, the work and the creativity and just the sheer elements. I think it was just great. So yeah, that's all I can say there. That's pretty much all I can say on that end. So I'm gonna real quickly. I'm gonna take a quick break, like a 2-minute break. See what my dog is having a fit about, and then I'm going to just answer a few of the comments, questions that were on the chat. If you guys want to post some questions to that, I'll be happy to answer them. And then from there, we will call it a day. So again, thanks. I want to thank you guys for participating. I'll be able to answer some of these questions here in just a moment. If you got them, post them very quickly so I can respond to them, and then we'll go from there. Okay. All right, guys. This is Frederick Jones. I'm back, and we're just gonna answer some of these questions real quickly, and then wrap things up from there. Again, I want to thank all the creators who participated. I'm so incredibly impressed with your efforts and what you guys did. This was some awesome stuff. So really impressed. And let me now take a gander and see what sort of questions there are, if anything. All right. So let's see here. So I don't necessarily see a lot of comments here or questions here. But looks like there's some great conversation. I'm so happy to see you guys again chatting. This is this is really good. Let's see here. So let's see. We got let's see. All right. Well, looks like people, everyone seemed to like everyone. That were, a lot of the entries there. It's great. So it's great. Like I said, I don't. So there's a lot of questions that kind of pop up. It looks like everyone kind of answered them for each other, which is always a good thing to see. So I'm happy to see that. So yeah, this is all good stuff here. This is great stuff. Okay. Yeah, let's see if there's any questions here. Oh, there's some questions coming in. The size of the iPad Pro, I believe it's going to be big. I think the iPad Pro, I think, will be. Yeah, I think the iPad Pro is going to be, I think, the 12.9 inch, but it could be the smaller one, 9.7 inch. So I don't know. It will come with a pencil though, so it's going to be a brand new iPad, and we'll have more details about it soon. We'll also have free offer codes for the apps to design. And I implore you guys to check out the website so you can see all the stuff you can do for Comic Draw. We'll have quite a bit of it on the website as well. But this is such a cool thing. I mean, this is such a cool thing. Let's see here. Will Saturday AM or PM ever be open to one-shots and standalone stories? Absolutely, and you're going to start seeing more of that soon. Again, the creators that we've talked about today very well may decide to just do a one-shot. What happens when we do these contests is that the creators, it doesn't mean, first of all, it doesn't mean we're going to publish them. So winning, doesn't mean you're going to publish it. It means that you won. We'll provide you some stuff, like a catalog of our comics and stuff like that. But no, it doesn't mean you won publishing per se, because you have to sit down with our editors virtually, of course. But you have to sit down with our editors and talk to them and explain who you are, what you do, what your background is, what you want to try to achieve. We're going to ask you a lot of serious questions about your work and see what you're capable of doing with it. And that's going to tell us everything we need to know about publishing your comic. And if we find or think that the effort that too much effort, which, trust me, publishing is a business like anything else. And so if you are dealing with a creator who doesn't comprehend things very well, and they're, to be blunt, they're not the smartest people in the world, or they're very antagonistic. They're very arrogant. They're very frankly racist or prejudiced about a lot of things. We've seen it all. And so look, at the end of the day, we want to work with people that we want to work with. And so the talent level is in some cases irrelevant, because you could be ultra talented and be a pain in the ass. And at that point, there's no reason for us to work with you. If it's gonna cost us more in terms of our personal sanity and the way that we run our business to deal with you, then we'd rather not deal with you. It's that simple. And again, I say this all the time. People who have out of whack egos or don't have the same level of expertise in things, they always come up with this reality of this notion of like, oh, that's just a shitty thing to say or arrogant thing to say. Folks, I've said this since day one. It works both ways. If you come to our process and you can't hack our process, there's nothing wrong with you saying, you know what, hey, yeah, I tried it, but that's just not for me. So it works both ways. But we set the process up specifically to see who we can work with. And because we want to produce the best content, period. My belief is really simple. My dedication is to the brand. So if we can help you produce great content that can actually be successful, and that's where my background is so specific here. I'm not fanboy or fangirl A who decided to make a comic book company. I did this stuff, and I've done this stuff at high levels. So you don't have to take my word for it. You're here because Saturday AM actually meant something, right? You're here because Saturday AM did its job. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can see what I've already done. Clock Striker and Must Save America. So at the end of the day, it's because our stuff works. And if you're here and you want to work with us, then the entire mentality that we have is really simple. We want to help you have success. If we help you have success, we have success. If we help you have success, not just simple success, publishing a comic book is not success, folks. Anybody can do that. And for your generation, anybody can publish a comic book. You don't need to be watching this video to publish a comic book. You don't need Saturday to put your stuff up on the internet. So again, that stuff's irrelevant. What matters is publishing a comic book that's successful, that actually sells, that actually has a really good story to it. They can actually catch the attention through our efforts and through other efforts of Hollywood, of video game companies, and so on and so forth. Trust me, there is a method to how that happens. It doesn't happen overnight. So if you come to us, you got some generic idea, and we say to you, this needs to change. No one's trying to change your work so that we can own your property. All of our creators own their own properties. Unless I created it, they own their own property. So no one is trying to own your work. Again, look at us and look at other companies. We operate as transparent as possible. So that's why I'm always surprised when I see people try to take pot shots at us. Trust me, there's a group of folks out there who can't stand us, can't stand me, and I promise you, this video here will have 6 or 7 downvotes before the day is out, just because of people, the minute they found out we made a new video, like, oh, set in, got downvoted. It's just, look, it's the nature of the beast. But that aspect of what we do is transparent. We've never hidden it. We've never tried to be something we're not. We want to produce successful stuff, period. And you saw today with the entries that our definition of success does not come down to stuff that is violent, stuff that is fantasy, stuff that is psychological. We're open to anything, but it's got to be good. And you've got to be, as a creator, open to being able to work with our staff who will be trying to tell you or provide you data and other things to say, hey, look, you need to tighten this up though, or you need to improve this aspect of it, because these are the things that are going to help you actually achieve success. So that's the key thing for us, standalone stories or regular series. In fact, the standalone stories actually are somewhat better for us. We did one with Dan Tularshevek, a young man out of Greece, called Astronaut. And that was a hugely successful thing. Clock Striker, our biggest series outside of Apple Black, was a small thing. So that aspect of it, I think, again, just kind of how it works for us. And so yeah, we're all about short stories, long stories, but the key is successful stories where the creators are collaborative, not where they think they're teaching us something. We're not interested in that. So that's that. Let's see. When will the issue with these come out? Issue 63. Our stuff is always dated, so issue 63 will come out in issue 62, which is our next issue, comes out next Saturday. So then 2 Saturdays from there, so about 3 weeks. 2 Saturdays from there, issue 63 comes out. So, and trust me, there's a reason for that. So again, your stories, those of you who submitted your work, needs to be kept confidential. Don't share them. Don't take this as an opportunity. If you do, we'll cancel our effort with you. We want to put things in a position for people to check it out, and we want to do it, present it in the right way. If you've ever seen, you can go on our website, go to the subscribe page, scroll through our back issues. All the issues that are Pilot Manga issues are free. They are free. So just go download it and you can check it out for yourself. You can see how we present material. Trust me, with our designers and the way we approach material, you'll never have looked better in your life than when you're an issue Saturday. So trust us, let us put it together. But it's going to take about 3 weeks because we also want the artist to take an opportunity to fix some things so that when we do present it to you guys are looking at the version that these creators hopefully intended to produce so that you have the best option available. Okay, so let's see. Next up, we've got Frederick. Is it true that the next test flight is during the summer and that's going to have different rules? Yes, it's going to happen in the summer. It's going to have different rules. Yes, that's true. Let me put it like this. Now, whether it happens at the beginning of the summer or the end of the summer, I can't answer that, but it will have different rules. It'll be most likely in the summer. Aaron Edwards says, are we looking for Shonen? Absolutely. I mean, we're Shonen Anthology. And now that we've got advertisers, again, this is me being transparent, folks. We have advertisers, so guess what? We can't be publishing, stuff that is over the top. We've got a lot of young fans, we've got older fans as well. So we want to publish. We'll always publish stuff that we think is real and good. But some young creator who just for the hell of it wants to, throw some giant. He wants to throw a penis into the middle of a kid's comic. We can't get with that. So yeah, we're certainly going to be looking for Shonen. We're going to continue to promote Shonen. But it's going to always be diverse, and diverse for us, even if it is a kids magazine, means the character can be gay. It means the character can be a teenager or a young adult. It means the character can be, from a small country, a big country, black, white, Catholic, whatever. We don't have an issue with those things. Saturday Wars is happening. Master Breezy, more will be made available about that soon. We just got so much stuff on our plate right now. I can't go too far into it. We have a lot of stuff there. Let's see, John Mendoza. John, the second pilot manga happens in the summer. The second test flight will happen this summer. I don't know if it'll be late or early summer, but it'll be in the summertime. There'll be different rules, so there's really nothing you can do to prepare for it except for just think about your idea and hang out and hang back. Let's see. Angel Lewis asks what happened to No to Heaven, and then I think they asked about Medium Plus too. So No to Heaven was a survival horror series that I created with an artist named Will Brody, and it was about angels. It was about Judgment Day, basically. Judgment Day happens, and so the idea was that if Judgment Day happens, what does that look like? And in this case, it was like these kind of bird creatures or angels, so to speak, including the four horsemen of the apocalypse. They arrive on Earth, and it is Judgment Day, and they just wipe out Earth. And so humanity wants to fight back. And so it's about a group of women, because what they do is they kidnap women. And so it's about a group of women fighting back, and they become, it's kind of like Attack on Titan, but it's a little bit like Amazons and stuff like that. And so so definitely a Saturday PM title. It will certainly return. The same thing that happened in that was what happened with a title earlier this week called Monster Society of America, which is where we had a creator who had worked on the title, and they had never expressed that they didn't like working on the title. They were really gung-ho about it. They produced some really great stuff. And then all of a sudden, they determined that they didn't want to work on the title anymore. In the first case with No to Heaven, the creator indicated that they had some issues, some family issues, and whenever you hear stuff like that, you can't do anything but respect that, because people, no one knows what's going on in other people's lives. I've said often in these test flights and in pilot manga that any of you guys who want to do this stuff for a living, let me tell you something. This is a lonely business. Comic books, creativity is a lonely business, because so much of what you do is in your head. And so when you're dealing in a situation like that, you better have some support. You better have some family members, or a girlfriend or a boyfriend, or a pet or a loved one, children who adore you, that just allows you to step back and appreciate your life, because it is tough head all day. So I say that, and I say that I don't know exactly what happened to these creators. Both of them suggest that they had, for No to Heaven and Monster Society of America, claimed they had some personal things that were going on, and that they felt unhappy about stuff. And again, they had never communicated this to me. I take issue with that. I'll be blunt. I run a business. I got a corporate background. Guys, professionalism means you act professional at all times. If you're unhappy or you're incapable of doing something, you've got issues. Those of you who work fast food know that you don't come into work 10 hours late and then talk about how, yeah, sorry, boss, I had personal issues. Like, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it doesn't mean I can't be sympathetic, but that's not how it works. So again, all I can do is respect the creator's choices. We own those properties. Those properties will return, and we will work with creators that as we continue to grow as a company, and we have bigger budgets that we can allot for creators. We'll hire us for creators that we think are the strongest. But this is one of the challenges of test flights, is that when you discover a young creator, many times, and I think this is the case for both those guys, many times a lot of young creators want to make their own comic. They may say they don't. They may say they just want to get experience, but they want to make their own comic, and that's totally understandable. But this is the real world, and I say this to you guys completely. If that were the case, if it were that easy to make their own comic, if you look at Saturday M and think, well, I can do this. If it were that easy, then understand something. Everyone will be doing it. And the fact of the matter is that not everybody does do it. You can go on every website out there, from Tapastic to SmackGees to Line Webtoon, and you will see comics out there, some that look really amazing, some that have fantastic concepts that maybe had one chapter, if that, and then never appeared again, or they appeared for one chapter and then almost a year went by before chapter 2 came out. Guys, if this were easy, it's not easy. And a lot of the problems with it come down to, again, from professionalism and just this kind of, fanboy, fangirl mentality of, well, I'm going to make my own comic. And it's like, this isn't even an industry yet. This is not even an industry yet. Web comics is not an industry. This isn't Marvel or DC. Diamond Comics doesn't distribute comics, web comics. So when you try to do this, if you don't have a really firm idea of how you're going to do it and how you're going to pull this stuff together, then then you certainly are welcome to try. And I hope everybody tries, because you should. When I was growing up in comics, you had to pay someone to do your comic, you create it or write it or draw it. You had to pay to get it printed. You had to pay for a booth at a convention. You had to pay to get to the convention, maybe get a hotel room. You had to distribute your comics, try to sell them, give them away. Hope you can meet someone from Diamond who would then agree to distribute your comic book. But you had to do all of that. That might cost you $2,000 or $3,000 for a little tiny black and white comic like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Nowadays, you guys have the internet. You guys can literally publish your comic. Someone could be on this chat right now, say, I'm not going to wait for that. I'm going to put my own comic book. Go to any of these websites I just talked about, upload your comic book for free, and be done with it. Doesn't mean you'll be successful. That certainly doesn't mean that you'll get an audience, but you could do it. So that's the difference. That's the key thing there, is that we have a strategy, we have a business plan, and our business plan is, if we can work with young creators, we want to work with young creators because A, it's cheaper, and B, we want to discover new talent. We want to grow with new talent. If you got Attack on Titan and you got the next superstar artist on it that no one's ever heard of, when that thing explodes and the artist explodes at the same time, you are in heaven. You are going to have success out the wazoo. But the flip side of that is that you got to deal with people who think that they're possibly better than they are, or think that they have a shot to achieve stuff that they might not. And no one knows if that's true or not until you try. And so we always want people to try. But our thing is just those that, we work the way we work. We're always upfront about it. Don't get in bed with us if you have different ideas. If you have different ideas, just like I said with Alan Ventura and PILOT Manga, if you want to use us to advertise the market, then pay us to advertise the market. Don't get in the group, tease us if you're going to be a part of Test Flight, and then never do it. But it's every time you post artwork, talk about your Kickstarter or how this is a comic you're working on, and you phrase it in such a way that people know to go try to check the comic book out or Google or something like that. Don't do stuff like that. There's too many other avenues for you to get your comic out there, particularly if you're talented, like Alan is and so many other creators are. If you're really talented, trust me, you're in a better spot than most people. So that's what I would say about that. As far as Remedium Plus goes, the two creators, those two creators were working on it. They split, so that happens as well. And same thing happened with Art of Dying. Those are two creators. I don't know what happened to them. And the same thing happened with El Toro. The artist, he kind of, there was again, this is business, but there's a group of people out there who would love to do a Saturday M. Many of them were in Saturday M and got kicked out of Saturday M for various infractions. I have no doubt that some of the people I mentioned today will try to do the same thing, but we survive it because we're doing what we do. But that being said, though, the El Toro situation was one that was frustrating because that young man was very talented, very shy. And there was a guy who I think kind of preyed on the guy who was working on Saturday America as well to leave Saturday AM. And he really worked on this kid. And I think this kid, was young. He wasn't able to deal with the pressure. So he quit art altogether. Can you believe that? You get with Saturday AM, we're in love with one of your properties, start working on it. Someone approaches you, tries to talk crap about Saturday AM, tries to get you to work on their comic idea, frustrated and so confused because you're young, you don't quite know as much stuff, that you just quit art altogether. Can you imagine something like that? And that happened. It happened all Toro. So there you go. Let's see. Sharon Byaku says, I don't know if you can answer this or already have answered this before. Do the authors, artists have to send storyboards to the editors? What is the process relationship? No, they don't. But we do have a process, though, and I don't want to really detail the process here because, again, it's our proprietary stuff. It's what makes our comics good. But what I will say, though, is that, yes, we have a process for it. And, yes, you do build a relationship with the editor, and you have all the opportunity to do your thing. The editor is there to inform you, to educate you, and to assist you. They're not there to tell you what to do. At the same time, make the wrong decision, you have no one to blame. And we've seen this before, people who've got comics, they work with editors, and the comics weren't successful, and then they turn around, they blame the editor. It's like, you didn't listen to the editor, and you didn't follow through with some of the guidance that you're given. So if you got the power to, because every creator who works with RDM, unless we create the property, they own their own properties. All these guys today, if we publish, even if we help them change their property, they still own their property. I mean, again, very few places do what we do. So, you know, so yeah, but the process is, we have a real process for it. John asks, are we looking for different genres like card games and so on? We're looking for all sorts of genres. Yeah, if you got a card game comic, a video game comic, sure. So, you know, when the proper time comes, submit it. UZX Crimson Avenger says, I'm late. I'm really interested in doing a one-shot of a story of mine. How do I send it in? And Crimson Avenger, this process is what this is. We don't do unsolicited submissions. So the fact that you want to do it doesn't mean anything to us. You got to go through the process like everybody else. So we don't know you. I mean, it's like, this is where people I'm sure think I'm arrogant, but like, that's cheeseball, dude. I mean, it's like, that question is like going to write Marvel Studios and say, hey, I'd really like to be in a Marvel movie. How do I make that happen? Like, that's just what that's like. It's like, this is the process. We have submission periods every time, a couple of times a year. Learn about it. You watch the video, learn about it. And when the time comes, follow us on our Facebook page and on our website. And then when you are ready to do it, assuming that you're ready, that you're willing to wait for us, you certainly don't have to. We're not the only place you can publish. And just because you sent us something doesn't mean we would publish it. Go to you get the information and then submit it, and that's as simple as it gets. I see Michael Flowers said Art of Dying is still happening. I hope so, Michael. That artist is involved in like 5 different series, so I loved the concept, and I really like the artist, but he's actually been used to pitch us another comic, so I just we'll see. I'm certainly watching to see if you guys do publish it. Red Ross says, if I was kicked out of Saturday would I be able to rejoin? It depends on why you were kicked out, Red Ross. I don't know who you are or why you were kicked out. Most of the people we kicked out were people that had been doing some really shady things. But so I don't know who you are, but you certainly I guess could. I mean, we don't have any sort of aspects of this thing, so we're not trying to screw over people. First of all, we have there's no incentive for us to do that. But at the end of the day, though, yes, if you're being disruptive and doing things, that would be an issue. I don't know who you are, so you certainly can write me and tell me who you are. Manga Anime Comics says, yeah, I saw Renzo post updates on FB before, so there you go. Like I said, I know I've seen Renzo on a couple of different things. I didn't know about it. So I know he's involved in a couple of different comics, so we'll see. Let's see. The Saturday AM need graphic designers. Yes, desperately. So if you're interested in that, drop us an email at info@saturday-am.com. Studio Hero, okay, he's answering the other guy. Okay. Master Breezy says, when is Saturday Wars happening? Again, we've got stuff happening with it. I can't talk about it right now, but we do have stuff happening with it. Yeah. Let's see. Domo Akira says, earlier you mentioned time to edit the pilots. In what way did you mean edit? We'll talk to those creators at the time. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. We'll talk to the creators about some of the edits they'll need to make for it. But as I indicated before, again, I could try to lie. Many companies wouldn't even tell you this, but we got advertisers, and we want to respect. Look, we need to make money, so if we have advertisers and they're treating us respectfully, and they're not asking us to do anything dramatic, and they expose us to some audiences that we want to have. We don't want to, there's no point to sacrifice our brand or do something crazy in our brand just because someone is an amateur creator who doesn't work for us, doesn't do anything for us, who was a part of test flight, for us to do something that would jeopardize our chances of doing that. So the bottom line is that we'll talk to those creators at the time. Will my entry be edited then for the issue 63? Jack, you're again, guys, please don't worry about whether or not your stuff's gonna be edited. That's between us and the creators. And Jack, or Kaylin, or I'm not sure exactly what your name is, but the Dangerous File, looked about like any standard Marvel comics. I don't think that's gonna be an issue though. Red Ross says, what is my opinion of comic fans claiming that diversity is killing Marvel? I think it's bullshit, of course. Why? Of course it's bullshit. How is diversity killing Marvel? First of all, my favorite part about that idea that diversity is killing Marvel or comics or any company is the fact that the people arguing this are people who are not people of color or not people of minority status. So it is the height of hypocrisy, it is the height of privilege to sit there and have an argument about diversity killing something when you yourself do not represent the diversity that people are clamoring for. In other words, Marvel is a company that is diverse. They have Muslim editors, they have Black people, they have white people, they have Italian, Irish, everything. And they're now global, so they have people from all over the world. They're selling content, superhero comics that were strictly only an American enterprise for a long time, into countries as far away as Pakistan and Israel and places like that. So guys, the idea that they don't have an issue with diversity is always extraordinary to me. Why some fan who maybe probably doesn't even buy the comic, but they get on social media and give their damn opinion that they're the ones who have an issue with diversity. It's killing Marvel. No, it's not. If Marvel is doing it, you can best believe that they've analyzed it, researched. They're owned by Disney, by the way. So they've analyzed it. They figured out that it works for them. And guess what? You're going to see a lot more Chinese people popping up in Marvel movies. Absolutely. Let's see here. Crimson Avenger says, do we provide art materials? Is something that the creators should already have? I see Domo, Chang Zhang answered that correctly. Yes. If you want to do this, if you want to make a career in art, you need to have your own material. That means you need to have access to a scanner. It doesn't mean you need to own a scanner. You need to have access to a scanner. You have your own paper, your own pencil, so on and so forth. Under certain circumstances, yeah, we would provide materials. But again, you'd have to be someone that we know is producing great content and that we can rely on. We don't do that. Again, like I said, that's the same question up there with, hey, I've got a story. I want to join you guys. What do I need to do? You need to rethink that question to begin with. And the same thing with this one. I'm assuming that you're a very young person to be asking questions like that, because that's not the way that would normally exist. If you're going to be a creator and you take this stuff seriously, you've already got access to materials. If you want to join us, then you know the processes that you need to figure out what the process is first, not just, hey, I got an idea for comics, so how do I publish it? Like, that's not how it works. Again, as I indicated before, if you want to do this without us, and you certainly can do that without us, Tapastic, Smack Jeeves, Line Webtoon, they don't care what you draw like, who you are, what your mental state is. They don't care about any of that stuff. Take your comic, upload it, you're good to go. Delmar Kira says, do you prefer Marvel or DC? No, that's not certainly not a flame war for me. Look, I'm a DC comic fan from the very beginning. That's what I grew up on, with DC Comics, lifelong DC Comics fan. That's all I can tell you. I mean, but the Marvel movies, I absolutely adore the Marvel. Like, I hate the DC movies. I adore the Marvel movies. I think the Marvel movies are perfection. And before that, I would have said the same thing about DC's animated universe with Bruce Timm. They start with Batman animated series, went to Superman, then Justice League. That to me was the ultimate portrayal of the superheroes. And then Marvel did that very idea just in live action. DC has really failed at that and have no one to blame but themselves. So I'm a DC fan for sure, but I prefer Marvel movies right now. So, okay, so let's see. So it seems like this is pretty much it as far as I can tell. So yeah. So it looks like this is it. So again, I'm gonna I think I'm gonna end it there with that last piece of thing there. I want to say again, I saw the live chat happening. I saw you guys all talking to each other, and I could not be more just happy at that. Again, I'll say this a million times, guys. This is not about me or Saturday AM. This is about trying to create an industry where there is not one, so that people who have ideas, like Michael Flowers with his art of dying thing. Look, I don't care if you guys were Saturday AM or not. What I care is that we're creating we're creating a movement. We're creating a process. We're creating a element of success that enables people who have genuinely good ideas and are genuinely willing to work hard to be in a position to succeed. Because here's the thing: if Saturday AM succeeds, that means that there most likely will be other Saturday AM type companies or groups that succeed. If another creator succeeds, and I'm talking succeeds on a big level, right? Saturday AM, we want to have our brand appear right before a movie starring, featuring Apple Black or Clock Strike or Bullied or so on and so forth. So again, same thing with you guys. If that happens with you or with us or with everybody,
That's all that matters. But it's all about being committed. It's all about being focused. It's all about having talent, real talent. And talent comes in many forms, guys. Fable Crest, I thought, has real talent behind Fable Crest. Artwork may not show that, but the story definitely does. Jeff Duvall, Ghoul Corps, you saw today, a fantastic story. When you guys have a chance to read it, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to touch you because it touched everybody who saw it. Giving everyone a chance to have success. Get on the grind, be focused, have all the right sort of elements to what you're thinking. Be professional. That means don't act out rudely. Don't try to be a smart ass. Be professional. Take care of what you're trying to do. Understand who you're dealing with. Understand what your place is in that relationship with the people you're dealing with. If you're not some seasoned professional, if you're not some seasoned personality, then don't act like one. Just be focused and do the things you need to do. Always communicate. Don't try to tell people something at last minute. Communicate. Give them time. You set the expectation for how people view you through how you communicate. All right. And then last but not least is be organized. Whether it's having access to materials like the person answered to what's the name, Avenger, or it's having information like, again, all of our creators, they have schedules they have to work off of. They have schedules they have to work off of. So they know that they've got work to do when they get with Saturday AM. Same thing if you guys make it Saturday AM, same deal. Saturday PM, same deal. So again, stay organized, be organized. Use an organizer like Evernote to catalog your thoughts. Use Google Calendar. Make sure you put your stuff in proper dates so that you know, and set timers so that you know when something's due for your deadlines and stuff like that. Be organized, guys. Organized, communication, talent, and being focused on your success and being professional in terms of how you handle that success. These are the tenets of actually being successful. So that's all I got, guys. Take you March Art Madness. The sign up will begin on Monday. It's going to be huge. Who wants to win a free iPad? You're going to have a chance to do so. March Art Madness, 5 rounds, 5 weeks, a different theme each week. Every week, people voted out. Every week, people voted to the next round. Guys, it doesn't get much bigger than that. We're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff on our website. Issue 62 comes out next week. Issue 63 comes out 2 weeks after that. This year, Apple Black Volume 2, Saigami Volume 2, Clock Striker Volume 1. We're going to drop the bomb on folks this year, folks. If you hate us on Saturday AM, you're going to keep hating us because we're going to kick ass this year. And if you love Saturday AM, you have no idea how big things are going to get this year. Take care, folks. Thanks for checking us out.